Hey, do you want to let me give it a try real quick? Which button? Oh, the big one. This is right. Let me give it a go. Dude, it's working. It's telling me I can't go back.
There she is.
Thank you.
Because we need to keep that sidebar. Otherwise, we can't see if somebody brings us their.
Oh, I see.
But
All righty, it is 6:30 and I'm going to call this meeting to order with my magic bell. If we can all stand for the pledge, please.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Lockhart.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen.
Present.
Trustee Smith. Here. Trustee Valentine.
Here.
Trustee Stelter is excused. Trustee McKinnis.
Here.
And Trustee Schwartz.
Present. I was not keeping track.
Okay, you can continue. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion, please?
I move the motion to approve.
Okay, right. Could second it, Morgan.
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Next up is the announcement. There is an open seat on the Northport Airport Advisory Committee. Please turn in an application and letter of interest if you are interested in this position no later than noon on February 9th, 2024 for consideration by the Board of Trustees at the February 13th regular board meeting. And in passing, I'd like to express the board's condolences to Ethel Garrett for the passing of Larry Garrett, who served on that committee for a long time. The community will dearly miss him. Our thoughts are with you, Ethel. All right, other announcements.
I have a couple. Today, I saw an email from the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, which covers oil and gas. They have a initial rule on cumulative impact. For those of you that know about cumulative impact, that's taking into account the entire impact of an oil and gas operation. So those initial rules are posted now, and there's public comment until Monday. So it's a very short period where there can be public comment. And I was told that if you really want to influence those cumulative impact rules, now's the time, because they're really like a straw dog rule. And so they're more open to public input than when they do the full public input process down the road. So there's only a couple more days to do that. You can Google Energy and Carbon Management Commission and go to the news and notices on their homepage, and that'll take you through the rules, and it'll give you a form to fill out if you want to make a comment. The second announcement is we had our first planning call for the safe routes to parks this last week, and we're going to focus on Apple Valley for safe routes. There was a discussion about either doing Grand Avenue and Apple Valley, but since so much is tied up with CDOT on Grand Avenue, the thought was we can get more bang for our buck and really focus on one park. So we're going to work on that. And then we'll be missing the meetings on February 27th and March 12th. Okay.
Any other announcements?
Guess I have an announcement because I'll be missing the first meeting in February. I don't remember the date.
Okay, that's probably nice as well.
13th.
Yes, 13th. I will be missing that meeting.
So you will be gone as well?
I'll be here.
Oh, you're here. Okay, all right. Okay, anything else? All right, then let's move on to public comment. We will take comments from the public. You have a 3-minute time period. This is on anything that is not included on actions and presentations. Please come to the podium, state your name and address.
And to be, Mayor, if I can, to be clear that this is also for those items on the consent agenda as well, since it's not under actions and presentations, that is this is all encompassing for anything not in actions and presentations. I think we need to be a little more clear in our
All right.
presentation, so I'll fix that next time.
All right, thank you. All right, would anyone like to address the board on something that is not under actions and presentations? Yes, Mr. Bird.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Brunner, 608 Second Street. We're going to take the classes off to read. Last week, the Planning and Zoning Committee was called to order for a so-called public hearing of the subdivision proposal before the board tonight. The procedure for this subdivision application is spelled out in law. The P&Z has no role. By convening and participating in this faux public hearing, trustees Bachman and Knudsen engaged in ex parte conduct that disqualifies them from any further participation in tonight's matter. The public hearing on the subdivision application is a quasi-judicial proceeding. Trustees are obliged to go into the hearing with an open mind and make their decisions based on the evidence presented to them at that time. By participating in that unauthorized discussion and declaring their opinion and recommendation to the rest of the board, trustees Bachman and Knudsen have voluntarily violated the minimum standard of conduct required of them by law and must recuse themselves from this matter. I'd like to take the rest of my 3 minutes to remind us all of some of the follies that have gone on in the past with land use planning and approval by the town of Paonia. Start with Pan American. The Apple Valley subdivision, probably not many people here remember that the developer was the brother of the major domo on the town board. The road up that hill is way too steep. It could have wound around on a lesser grade. It could have had gutters and sidewalks and storm drains. They actually got away with 1 inch of asphalt on that hill. Minnesota Creek has a culvert, not a bridge. That culvert plugs up repeatedly. And if there is someone there with a backhoe during a cloud burst, it'll flood houses that aren't even associated with the Pan American development. There doesn't have a guardrail to keep a car out of the creek if one went over there. It's a funky little pipe handrail. But there was a plan, even though the road dead ends, there was a plan to have it loop through the Creek Vista eventually. So then Creek Vista came along, and that was pitched to the town that they wouldn't be required to connect that loop as long as they provided Creek Vista as an assisted living facility. And it was a scam. It was a fraud. Didn't have a chance of working. It's now it's now a low-income unit, which is nice to have. But it was a fraud. It was going to be an assisted living facility. And in fact, the guy who pitched it was put in prison for a similar scam in Delta a short time after that deal fell through. And then they came Hawks Haven. So in return for that development to go with no asphalt, sidewalks, curb and gutter, all of those
Mr. Bruner,
things.
your time is up.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, can we get an opinion from our attorney on the ex parte claim?
Mayor, that would be more appropriate at the public hearing
Okay.
part of this agenda. That would be a more appropriate time for Nick
Okay,
to.
we can do that. All right, would anyone else like to address the board on a subject that's not on the actions and presentations? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion under the consent agenda? Yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
I don't know when that's the appropriate time to do that. How do we have discussion about the consent agenda?
Oh, we can
Like if I had a question on a disbursement, when can
Sure.
I ask that?
now.
Okay, so my question is, when I was looking through the disbursements, I think I know the answer, but I just want to state it. There were some of them that had like three, if they all said like 3605, and then there was a line. Was that just meaning that they were divided into three separate departments?
Yeah, I can answer that question actually. So, all of the individual disbursements that have that vertical line, they're actually from one invoice that have been dispersed out into different departments. And so these aren't actually individual payments, that's one lump payment to different departments.
Right. Thank
And if you look, yeah, you can see to the column to the right, you can see what specific departments they're dispersed out to, and the column to the left of that, you can actually see that it's all coded as one invoice.
Just needed that answer. Thank you. That's all.
All right. So Matt, any other questions before we move on to yes?
I just have a question on the audit. It's on page 18 of the packet. And I'm just curious, we're paying a number of bills to Hinkle and Company. I'm curious how close we are to the end of the audit.
Very, very close. They're working on financial statements right now, which tells me they're very close to being done. I was told by our head auditor, our manager, Chris Parker, that we are, that not only is he working on financial statements, but he thinks that he can have the audit done by the end of the month. So we're very close. I'm going to talk about that in the departmental scorecard as well.
Thank you.
Anything else from any board members? Okay, can we get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Move to accept the consent agenda.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, next we're on to staff reports. Mr. Wynn.
Yes, give me 1 second. I've got to wrangle control of the meeting here. Can you send me the share screen, please? It's the green in the middle. Oh, maybe not.
I'll see what I have.
Well, while he's doing that, I would like to remind everybody, especially those who are online, that a new packet, there are packet modifications that were included late today. And if you are confused and can't find it, you can go to the town's website and download the packet modifications. When we come to the pages, I will announce what page it's on. And then if the materials are in the packet addendum, I will tell you what page on the packet addendum they are on. So it's easier to keep track of things.
Thank you. Okay, the first item is, before we do this real quick, can you go to show captions? Hit save. Okay, now it should do closed captioning so we can get compliance with that. So last year, this board appointed me to the Colorado Municipal League's Policy Committee. So that's taking on state issues and making sure that Western Slope, or specifically the North Fork, is represented on the state level as it comes to maybe some troublesome bills that are being proposed in Denver. Some of them are good bills. And so we had our meeting on January 19th with the statewide committee. Sam is my backup, so she's my alternate in case I can't make a meeting. But we have been represented in every meeting of the CML Policy Committee committee since we were appointed. So the town has participated. The very first bill that was discussed is the elections, the local taxpayer bill of rights, prior voter approval requirement. So this was opposed on the state level by all of the participating towns and cities. And it's because we, as a group, we supported retention of authority for all municipalities to set local tax rates and for home rule municipalities to collect their own taxes and determine their own tax bases. Well, we're not home rule. There were two other communities in Delta County that are home rule. And the city of Delta is also represented on this committee as well. So that was passed for an opposition on the whole CML level. I'll tell you, most of the votes as they come in, typically we have anywhere from 48 to 54 voting members on in each meeting. It's really unusual for the opposition for any of these motions that are made to be above 4. So even if there were 4 opposing this, this legislation, there would have been, 48 others that would have been on board for it. The next item that was supported was housing, local government rights regarding multifamily rental properties. And so the policy statement for the league was that the league supports an adequate supply of diverse housing options regardless of income level and continued public and private sector support for such an effort. This goes right in line with the proposition for affordable housing, with things that we're working on here on our local level and affordable housing options that are being driven across the entire state. And a part of being on the committee is relaying to you what was being voted on the statewide level. So if there is any agreement or opposition, you can see who the lobbyist is for each one of these, and we encourage you to get in touch with them to give your comments and opinions. The next one that was polled was the municipal finance or real estate transfer fee. It was a mess, and the actual bill sponsor pulled it before it even went to committee, so we didn't have to discuss that one. The opioids overdose prevention centers, this was a really hot button issue that we spent a lot of time discussing. The league had recommended support if amended, but out of the discussions of all of the CML policy committee members, we thought it was best to just take a neutral stance. Not in opposition, because you're going up against Denver, who actually has these centers, and they win. So we opted for a neutral stance, and in this situation, it passed. This was one of them where there was some opposition to our neutral stance in the voting. I think it was 2 or 3. So there was division with that one. The next one that was passed with support is environmental natural resources, the local government authority to regulate pesticides. Pretty important, especially in our area and for protecting our watershed. It passed with support. The policy statement for this is the league supports state enabling legislation that provides municipalities with authority and flexibility to address local needs. And so, that's kind of the CML stance for just about everything, is that you keep giving that authority to local communities. Next one is housing or residential occupancy limits. This was opposed unless amended. It was pretty restrictive in some of its language, and so the policy statement here was the league opposes delegation of municipal land use authority to state agencies or preemption of municipal land use controls. And this was specific to short-term rentals. So our stance on that was oppose unless they amend that to give the municipality more control of their land use. The next one was the land use attorney's fees for Rule 106 appeals, passed with support. And the policy statement for this is the league supports state enabling legislation that provides municipalities with authority and flexibility to address local needs. This is allowing attorney's fees to be recovered from certain actions against the town. The next item is meeting. Oh my goodness. Meetings, records, public meeting accessibility requirements for public bodies. This changed some of the public meeting and accessibility requirements, or was a bill to make some changes that ultimately, as a whole, the CML group opposed, and the staff recommendation was opposed. The policy statement for this is opposes efforts to expand the liability of public entities and public employees, opposes unfunded state and federal mandates that impose financial burdens on municipalities and their citizens. This was another hot button issue. It was the public safety no-kill animal shelters. It did pass for an oppose unless amended, and there was some, as the lobbyists explained, there was some troublesome language with what they were writing or what was going into the bill. And so the policy statement is that the league supports state enabling legislation that provides municipalities with authority and flexibility to address local needs. Again, all of these bills that are being opposed try to have a state preemption that takes away local rule for municipalities. Next item is the public safety defined personnel for emergency telephone services. This one passed with support. It's the quickest one of the entire meeting. This allowed for dispatchers to be classified as first responders, to have all the benefits of first responders. As one member put it, it's kind of a no-brainer. So the policy statement is the league supports increased funding for emergency communications, accounting for the loss of landlines and the increased use of mobile devices, as well as legislation allowing governments to increase fees for support of emergency communication. It also addressed additional funding for dispatch centers. My wife wants to get in. The next item was a past support if amended. This is taxation, so property tax rebates and incentives. This one did pass if they make amendments throughout the different committee meetings that'll be washed through. Policy statement was the league supports the following state enabling legislation that provides municipalities with authority and flexibility to address local needs, preservation, revitalization, and redevelopment of existing neighborhoods, and enhancement of municipalities' flexibility to finance public projects economically and efficiency. This is kind of like a TIF bill, so tax increment financing. This is for like helping blighted areas and then making sure that counties are coordinating with local municipalities. So that was kind of some of the amendments that they wanted to see expressed. Next item, we voted, I personally voted pass or a support for this one, but this was a taxation, sales and use tax exemption for college textbooks. Really doesn't affect us because we're not a town and gown community, but people like Gunnison and Grand Junction, Denver, Boulder, they do have a large college presence. So this policy statement was the league supports retention of authority for all municipalities to set local tax rates and for home rule municipalities to determine their own tax bases. Gunnison weighed in on this and said that they'd like to be able to give tax incentives, tax breaks for state tax rates. Utilities, utility relocation and local government right away. This was pulled by staff because before it was even discussed, there was a lot of back and forth in emails that the CML policy committee staff had said something's going on here, and so they pulled it until they could get more information about it. It'll be on our next agenda. Water warrants for metro sewage disposal districts. This was the last one. It passed pretty quickly as well. There was the issue with this was that a metropolitan sewer district who went across multiple counties, different jurisdictions, was not able to get into commercial buildings to inspect their pre-treatment, so their wastewater pre-treatment plants. And this legislation allows them to do that. So even across jurisdictions where they might be providing that wastewater service. So that one passed with support. But that was the end of the agenda for that meeting. It went pretty well, and I like being able to represent the North Fork on a statewide level. I think it's needed. Next item is our departmental scorecard. So there are lots of updates for this departmental scorecard in every department. I have a pretty lengthy update on the fiscal year 22 audit. We're very close to being as of today. I could add even more to this, saying that now we're working on financial statements so that it is done, so that we can be in compliance. And then the bad news is, as soon as this is done, we start right into fiscal year 23, so that we're on that timeline to make sure that we meet the state deadline of June 30th. So we're working on that. This was something that was handed to me, when I got here, and I was notified after asking about the auditor that, hey, the auditor quit. So we had to go out for an RFQ, get an auditor, and they've been very responsive. Hinkle and Company CPA has been very good. And on that, our third-party bookkeeper, Michelle Duran with Professional Management Solutions, has been excellent and has helped immensely with making sure that all of the deliverables from our end are given to the auditors in a timely fashion. As I put into an email to you, our most recent update from CDOT for our Revitalizing Main Street grant at Safe Pathways for Paonia, otherwise known as the Fifth and Grand Realignment. That is, we were notified that we will not be able to go out to bid this year. It has to go out to bid in 25 and then construction in spring of 25. We were also notified that the original probable estimation of cost was about $1,050,000. That was with a set of drawings that didn't contemplate like stormwater and didn't meet all of the CDOT standards for this grant. Now that we have been working with CDOT, it's now $2.5 million is the estimated cost of construction, which starts a bigger conversation here in a future meeting. However, we are still seeking supplemental revenue for this from grant programs like RAISE on the federal level. So US DOT, not just CDOT, but United States Department of Transportation. And I'm pretty confident that we're going to get some additional funding for this. My next step, I've already talked to the county about it since part of our right-of-way acquisition required a maintenance agreement. They don't need an update from us. They just want to see the project done. But the school board, since they did give us right-of-way and we acquired it from them, I plan to go to one of their upcoming school board meetings and explain where we're at in this process, that additional design work was required by CDOT, but it's not just going to be a simple overlay. It's a full depth reconstruction of this entire project, including stormwater and taking care of conflicts with like the Paonia Ditch and Reservoir Company. There's an issue with that we have to work through as well. It has to be engineered. So that project is still in the process, and it's still being designed. All of the different like purchasing policies, internal controls, and personnel policies, I've given an update there on when I expect them to be done. None of them are like tomorrow. They're giving myself some time to work on them. One of the other items that I need to put on here is a handbook and how, what's expected of different pieces of our organization, from council to administration to department heads and individual employees, working on that as well. We are still working on getting agreements for all water companies. So some water companies we have more like their charter and bylaws, but no formalized agreement. And I think it was that when those water companies were formed and started purchasing water from the town, they had put into some of their bylaws some things that were expected of them, but that's not a formal agreement. And we've actually had our larger water companies come to us seeking agreements, formalized written agreements, and that's a process. It's still in the works. Code rewrite. So I plan to have the RFQ out in February so that we can have our code rewrite, because as you know, our land use code and our building code is a nightmare, and it needs to be updated. At least, changes were made, piecemeal changes were made to one section of the code, but then it didn't change another section of the code that may have talked about processes and procedures. I've run into a number of circumstances where processes and procedures are discussed in definitions, and that's not where processes and procedures go. They're very hard to enforce if they're in a definition. So there's certain things that definitely need addressed, and that's what this code rewrite is aiming to do. Chasing credit card accounts. So the forms have all been signed by our former finance director. I signed the form and sent it to Chase Bank. I believe they haven't told us that they've gotten it, but they ran my credit. So I'm assuming they got it, which is highly unusual for any sort of credit card account to have been set up where a finance director or somebody from the town is is a personal guarantor. It's not the way I would have done it. There's certainly other products. So can't wait to get that closed. Let's see. Still doing DOLA IHOP grant reporting. We were successful in getting the housing needs assessment grant restructured so that we can use those funds that were left over instead of de-obligating them, but to be able to use them for the master comprehensive plan and being able to utilize urban rural continuum should they choose to work with us with this process. So that's been successful. I'm happy to take things off of my plate as well. So the ADP workforce integration is off. The ordinance for traffic schedules is off. And then in the finance department, we removed a number of items like our schedule of fees, our utility rate fees. All of those things have been taken off. And so the next departmental scorecard, they won't even be on it. But we're adding other things as we go on. You can see that in the clerk's department, Sam is still working on a number of items, everything from personnel training in virtually every department in the town to file integrations and working through processes. She's really got a lot of things going on. I think with TextMyGov, the contract has been signed and we should have that process being implemented in relatively short order. I think that's going to be very helpful as another tool for getting out items like, hey, we've got a water break, getting all that information out instead of our normal route, which is social media, website, and word of mouth. We'll at least have something where we can push text notifications out to all of our residents that sign up. We can't just sign people up, they've got to actually sign up. And so when we start that implementation process, we'll roll all of that out. Yeah.
So with TextMyGov, can we also integrate that into our emergency systems when there's an emergency and people need to know serious things like there's a fire, things like that?
We can, yeah.
Integrate it with, because doesn't Delta have their code red?
Yeah, so it doesn't work together. It would require one of us to push something out. But I'm signed up for all of that stuff as well. So we all get those notifications and we can push them out as part of our hazard mitigation plan or with the county, that as far as communication is concerned, when it comes from the county, like let's say emergency management's activated, something is pushed out, it comes to us and we can push it out to TextMyGov. The other thing that we're looking at is that this can integrate with a work order tracking software as well. I've used it in the past and I've been assured that the updates are great because when I used it, it was kind of clunky. But this TextMyGov can also cause that two-way communication where a resident can say, hey, there's a pothole, take a picture, push it to TextMyGov, and it goes into iWork, which is this other software that they own that also would generate a work order for Public Works. So it could work. I still want to do the demo, and I think Sam signed me up for that. So because I'm apprehensive only because I've used them in the past, but it all has to do with how it's implemented and set up. So hopefully it'll work well. See, Public Works, I think they've updated this as well, but they've been working on a number of items. Most recently, they're working on an item here in Town Hall that I don't think has made it on here yet to change around what used to be the building inspector's office out here to being an office for Joanne. So any forward-facing communication can happen in there so that the police department and where all of our evidence is stored is more secure instead of having a door that if you really wanted to get in, you just reach around and open the door, having something that's more secure. And they've been working on that as of today. Our guys have also been out changing water meters when they can. And I do want to give them like big kudos for what they did with this most recent snowstorm. Our guys, we left it up to them. So in the past, we've hired a contractor to remove snow, and that's been tens of thousands of dollars. Instead, our guys elected to stay until 2 a.m. To remove all of the snow. So my personal opinion and the way I'm managing it is I would rather pay our guys overtime than to pay tens of thousands of dollars to a subcontractor to do the work that our guys are willing to do. So we're really lucky to have a crew that hit it, not only with snow removal, but water breaks. And when it got really cold and our 8-inch steel line constricted and caused a bunch of rust to go through our system, it affected this entire side of town, from 2nd Street all the way outside of town to Berg Harvest, and then from 3rd Street over. They flushed probably close to 100,000 gallons of water from starting up at the top and working their all the way down through the system until all of that rust was out of the line. So thankfully, the 8-inch line is scheduled for replacement this year with our water improvement plan, since it is aging. And as I put in my annual report last meeting, 50% of our water leaks were on that 8-inch steel line. So that almost 9,000 linear foot of steel line needs to be replaced. But they were out there for everything, out working and making sure everything was taken care of. Police department, they've been working on a number of items. We did get our truck back. It had hail damage from being on the Front Range in May, and that damage has been repaired to that truck, so it can finally get into service, or it's getting repaired. So there's body damage. We put in a claim for Sursa, and we got an insurance check to be able to fix that. They are starting the implementation of Spillman Flex. That was that mobile app that officers, that'll help with officer safety and communication for officers. And so they are working towards that. We did order all of our bulletproof vests, so that for that vest upgrade, and they should be in pretty short order. I did update CDOT Revitalizing Main Street. I did update that section, and then also I updated Doris Avenue for sewer closeout, and the big one was master plan. So in the master plan, I finally populated those items. I think Ella Rose is here. So she's on the agenda here in a little bit to discuss about where they're at with the comprehensive master plan. But we did put in the timeline to adoption and all of the public hearings that we're going to have leading up to that. And then also where we're at with that DOLA planning grant. So it looks like we still have close to $9,900 left on that grant. Phase 1 water improvements, you've got James. I just admitted him a few seconds ago. I think he's next on the agenda for that discussion, but he'll give us a pretty good idea on where we're at with meeting the criteria for the water moratorium. So as you know, James is with RESPEC, or formerly known as JDS Hydro, who are our water engineers. And that is it for the departmental scorecard.
Okay, questions of the town administrator, from the board? Trustee Knudsen.
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate that update on legislative stuff. One thing that concerns me is the right of first refusal, because Creek Vista Housing is owned by a private firm right now. And so if that goes through, that'd be really good. We have to carefully track it. On the scorecard, maybe I missed this, but was there an RFQ for the water attorney?
It's not on there yet, but it's going to go out soon. I haven't written it yet. But yes, it's on my mind as something to get done. And we do need to put out an RFQ for it.
And secondly, with the affordable housing plan, there are short-term actions that were recommended, and I think having those on the scorecard regarding STRs and ADUs would be helpful. And then I don't think the signs are completely done or the traffic is completely done. We have to install the signs. It's a public works process and there has to be enforcement.
That is off of my section and on Corey's section now.
Yeah, it just isn't showing.
Yeah, okay. And so his, we actually discussed that this morning as I was, or this evening as I was walking home before this meeting. He has been working on getting quotes for signs.
Mhm.
He's gotten one quote so far, and he still needs to get two more. He's waiting on a second to submit. So, but that's coming and we will add it. I'll make sure he adds it to his.
Did some of the speed limits change?
They did.
Okay, I thought so. Yeah, so some of it's been done.
And yes, we have a way of possibly saving some money by utilizing posts that are poles that are already along sections of Third Street. Just have to go to a board of directors for final approval.
Right, anything else from the board? All right, moving on, town clerk has an update on municipal elections for us.
Yeah, so, yesterday was the deadline for candidate nominations. We got one packet for mayor. We got 3 packets for trustees, which, as you know, fills the availabilities. We have until the 29th write-in, an intent to be a write-in candidate can be delivered to me by the 29th, and we would go to election. But I'm actually gonna request that you set a special meeting for the 30th or the 31st, whichever works for you. And if I don't get anybody else for that election, that we do a resolution to cancel the election. We've already incurred some expense through Delta County, but this will keep us from making more work for them to turn around and pull it back. It's getting down to the time where things are gonna move a lot quicker for them. And we have we're definitely gonna be in an election in November because we'll have something on the ballot then, and you guys may end up having a special election this year as well, once your board is seated. So if there's no reason to go to election, I don't think we should take on that whole expense. But so other than that,
Well, would someone like to make a motion to set a special?
May I
Board
ask a
meeting?
question?
Yes, absolutely.
How much money will we save approximately?
I don't know how much we've incurred so far. There's one thing that they've printed so far that they wouldn't be able to use, other stuff they will be able to use in other elections. I don't know the exact number. I would know that as soon as I gave them the actual, hey, okay, we're done at this point. We don't need to go any further.
So would somebody like to make a motion to set a special meeting? Because if we do have people who say that they're going to sign up as write-in candidates, we can always cancel that meeting, but it's better to have it set and everybody get it in their schedules.
Which 2 days did you say? The 30th and 31st would be best because it's after the deadline for write-in affidavits, but it's a couple of days before Delta County has to take their next step election-wise, so.
I'll make a motion to have a special meeting on January 30th at 5 p.m.
Do you have a second on that?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes.
Thank you.
All right. I may or may not be in town, so you may be chairing that meeting.
Okay.
All right. Okay, next on the agenda is actions and presentations. First up is progress on the water moratorium by Respect. That is page 38 in your packet. So, James, go ahead.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, James.
Hello, James. There he is.
Yep, fresh from soccer practice. Thanks for waiting for me. Hopefully worked out okay timing wise. A memorandum published or provided on the 9th provides a little bit more detail and I'll give, but really three main points when it comes to the TAP moratorium and how we've continued to present this and approach this in support of the town. It's consideration of supply versus demand, infrastructure health, and public works staffing. On the last TAP moratorium, public works staffing wasn't on the list, but I did want to emphasize the importance of just the town continuing to prioritize having adequate staff to support not just us, but primarily itself in the town's distribution system, the raw water system. There's a lot to keep track of, and the staffing is really critical. So water supply versus demand, kind of where we're at, for those that have been a part of this conversation for the last couple of years, is our first request was, hey, we need to start collecting more detailed data. We worked in 2019 and 20 really from very limited data, a single data point over capturing supply over 3 years. So since March of 2022, town staff operators have been collecting water supply data at the upper facility. The town has 2 facilities, one that is currently operational. So daily supply at the upper Lamborn facility since March 2022. So we have not quite at this point 2 years worth of supply data, daily supply data to look at. The good news is supply has continued to outpace demand over that time frame. The last 2 years are not representative of a dry year or period, or even probably an average supply year for the town. The town has experienced in what we're thinking are above average supply years, but that said, it's still good news that the supply has outpaced demand. The next piece of this was infrastructure health, and the way the last couple have been written and the town has agreed to move forward is it's not just the town has the water, it's capable of delivering the water. And so that's the state of the town's distribution infrastructure, treatment and distribution infrastructure. Really 3 parts: raw water collection system to gather the supply, treat and store the water, and then distribute it to the town. And then again, as everyone is aware, the TAP moratorium came into place because the town's infrastructure was unable to deliver water for a few days. And so the town has worked to define a capital improvement plan. Phase 1 is what we are actively working on now and in the design stage. There's 3 parts to that. There's some additional metering, raw water. There's recoding the upper storage tank, and then there's some improvements to really critical water pipeline into town. So all 3 of those parts are moving forward. And then the last piece is public works staffing. I have not participated in a board meeting with Stefan, so this is the first one. So he's, I think, a big part of this. He's been a really great organizational leader since I've been working for the town. Really happy he's on board, and town staff just really feels like they're starting to just find their roles and work together really well. They're supporting us really well. And I feel like the town is making really great incremental progress just all around on the distribution system. So the memo is not an absolute. It's really just kind of a status update, and that's where we're at. And I think the plan is to evaluate the TAP moratorium, update it every as we're requested, and then reconsideration after CIP phase 1 is complete.
Thank you, James. All right, I'm going to take comments from the public. I would like to reiterate that if you have questions, we're not going to give you responses currently. We will take down your questions and respond to them later. Would anyone like to comment? Yes, Ms. Patterson. Please state your name, address, and write it down.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. I just wanted to clarify, it was not a few days with that, water debacle. It was more like three and a half weeks on some systems. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
Anyone else want to make a comment? Yes, Mr. Brenner.
Bill Brenner again. One of the things that I found most reprehensible about that episode was that despite a town ordinance that says all users on the system will be treated equally, certain users, like out-of-town users who couldn't vote or something, were cut off for weeks, where some people in town were never cut off. And I just would like the board to address, or someone to address, an actual plan if there is another emergency, so that some people aren't left without the ability to flush their toilet for weeks, while other people are never left without water.
Thank you, Mr.
It
Brenner.
was a conscious choice by the town management.
Anyone else want to make a comment? All right, seeing none. Questions for James from the board? Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
I remember an earlier report that was given to us about town staffing levels, and it cited for the complexity of the system and the size of the system, it made recommendations on actually how many staff we should have. And I'm curious how close we are to that number.
Is that a question for me or James?
James,
Did you hear that, James?
You've muted yourself, James.
I did. And am I responding to these questions as they come up, or are they just being recorded and responding later? Sorry. And is that a question for me to answer now, or are these being?
Yeah, James, the question on staffing came from Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen. So I would go ahead and answer that one now, if you could.
I am going to. I don't have the figure of town staffing recommendations minimum in front of me. I'm looking that up. So give me just.
Hey, James, I've gotten clarification. You can answer this later.
Okay.
But it's something that our board is interested in knowing. I'm interested too.
Okay.
Any other questions for James? Thank you very much for taking time to come and explain your report to us, James, and keep on. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
All right, next up is agenda item number 2, master plan status and update from Phoenix Rising Resources. That's page 42 on the agenda, and it's right at the beginning of the packet modifications. All right.
So, hi everybody, hello, it's Ostrander, 1200 3rd Street, Phoenix Rising Resources. I see that you've got the budget. I also brought it in case you didn't. Thank you for providing that, Mr. Stefan. So we are extending the timeline to produce the comprehensive plan as in concert with the town's own timeline and housing needs assessment production timeline to a final draft, presentation of a final draft on June 5th, I believe. Along with that, there is a requested budget increase for the project. We are going to bring on a planner who actually worked with you on the housing needs assessment, Shay Coburn, with Rural Continuum, will be advising us on the comprehensive plan. And you will see both in your, hopefully you'll have received one page of your addendum is in budget and projected increase in budget. That projected increase in budget, should you go into the Excel or ask me to break it down for you, includes hours by rate of the different contractors who are assigned to different pieces. Different contractors have different rates. So I am not really, I'm not trying to lowball or highball you. Both Marissa and I have kept our rates at a quarter of what we normally charge to continue to try to keep this project within a reasonable budget. However, the planning and architecture staff do need to be paid what they need to be paid. So that's the budget you see in front of you. I also have these hours, which is a tracking of current hours based on the initial background of the plan and sort of how it was broken out by the original project management team. So you can see kind of where we are at hours already and where we still have some to burn. Essentially, we have a certain amount of money left to bill, and then we are asking for the additional sum at the bottom of your first page, which is just under $15,000. Do you have any questions?
All right, let's first take public comment. Any comment from the public? Okay, seeing none. Questions from the board?
We were supposed to get, I think it was sort of June, get an update, and supposedly it was a draft that was missent, and the part that we were supposed to see wasn't there. It never showed up. Now we're, likewise, the update, there was a printer problem or internet problem or something. It was promised by the end of last week. And that hasn't shown up. We've seen nothing from this whole project, to my knowledge. I could be corrected on that if I'm wrong. But we've seen nothing, and I don't see why we should sink more money into this. It's not looking like anything's happening.
Yes.
I'll take
Go ahead.
it. So they did produce a draft, it wasn't in June, it was August to me. Yeah, and so I reviewed that draft. There were some additional things that we requested, wasn't ready for public consumption at that time. And that's what the upcoming schedule is all about. So the schedule that is in front of you is not, instead of trying to give an entire document for everyone to go through, we're giving pieces of that document so that we can look at each individual element that Phoenix Rising Resources has put together. But before we get that draft, the most important thing is that there's public input on the future land use planning. So it's going to be our most controversial topic, because you're talking about zoning, not just the desired zoning for the next 20 years, not just in town, but in town and its surroundings. So you haven't seen any deliverables because I've been the gatekeeper and kind of stopping that from happening until it's ready for consumption. And I think we're getting really close. So Phoenix Rising has produced something. The most recent draft that I saw on a couple of weeks ago looked very promising. But there's one piece that I think needs more public input, and that's our future land use planning. And that's why we've got it scheduled for February 28th.
But wasn't all that contracted for in the original contract?
Let me pull up the contract.
Not in the way that I read it.
Right. And all I would ask is that board members, please raise your hand and be recognized by the chair.
It does say produce a final master plan, but in the deliverables that it says final master plan with introductory chapter with history of Paonia, community vision and objectives, goals and policies, growth framework, action plan, relevant maps and graphics and bibliography. I did request that the state statute for master plans be followed. And so that's why in August it went back to add those specific sections. So what you see in your schedule right now are the elements that they've worked on. And from what I saw in our meeting, were promising. And so like you'll see, and we're presenting them kind of out of order from what they will be in the final draft, but it's based on what are the most important elements that need to be discussed publicly and public input gathered. So that's It's kind of where we're at.
If I may, I have to echo trustee, I'm gonna just forgot your last name, Valentine, sorry. So Mr. John, trustee Valentine's concerns, because to me, it's very unusual to be asking for more money in a contract when we haven't seen a change order and you haven't spent the money that has been assigned to this through our grant, and we have no product. So I would recommend that we continue this discussion once we have seen some content, whether it's after the February land use section, but I personally cannot obligate more taxpayers' money to this project when I have no idea what it looks like. And what you may be providing and what is missing, and is there money to finish it? Can you finish it? We don't know any of those. I feel like it's a big vacuum that I'm being asked to spend more money on, and I am not comfortable doing it.
Yes, trustee.
Yeah, and I think to me, what this change of budget represents is kind of a change of the scope that we've seen this project go through from inception to where we are now. And I think now, I wasn't part of the board when this contract was written, so I'm kind of, some of this is supposition, but I assume the kind of definition of what the board thought the master plan was has changed from then until now. And so I agree, kind of offering up more money without seeing a deliverable is rather unusual, but I also trust our town administrator who's seen kind of the deliverable for us, that we're on the right track. And that this actually kind of represents the extra amount of work that we've asked Phoenix Rising, well, that our town administrator has asked Phoenix Rising to do on our behalf.
Trustee Smith?
If I could come back into that. So if you go to the PowerPoint that is on our webpage provided by the contractor, it has, I don't know the page on the PowerPoint, but master plan format of what they plan to do. Goals, policies, and action plan address 6 main topics: culture and character, recreation and tourism, economic development, water and infrastructure, land use and housing, growth framework, risk, resilience, and emergency preparedness. So to me, those main sections that are required by statute to be in a master plan were already contemplated at the beginning of the project, as I understand it. So my concern is I have not seen any of these 6 main goals policies on these 6 main topics. I don't know anything about what you've written for any of these. Therefore, I am not in a position to agree to more money.
Trustee Swartz.
As I hear this, I agree with trustee McGinnis that it's like we have changed. Again, I too wasn't on council when we made this decision, but things were very different back then, is my understanding. We have a town administrator. We needed to slow this project down while we got our feet under us. And by slowing the project down, by trusting staff that he's reviewing it and making like what he thinks needs to happen. In my mind, it's like we're slowing the project down, not them. And we're asking for more. And I think if we're asking for more and we have taken more time, we need to pay for that. In my mind, like having worked with strategic plans before, this is a very, very reasonable expense. And I don't have an issue saying yes to this. And I trust that we have a solid timeline and that we move forward with just getting this done.
Yes, trustee Coons.
We haven't had a plan since 1996. And speaking as one member of the board that wanted to see a general plan actually done, we put out an RFP that encouraged the local group to come together to try and produce a general plan. Because we've had problems with out-of-town planning firms coming in and just disappearing on us. So part of the thinking was we'd have a group of local advocates who drove this plan and it wouldn't just collect dust on the shelf. Now, there were some things that we probably didn't know at the time when we were putting out that RFP that should have been included, but they were not included in the original RFP. In the meantime, we have hired an administrator that brings that along. I like the idea of actually having the public swallow an elephant, which is what would happen if we push the entire plan. I like this idea of, here's this piece, let's get input on that. Here's this piece, let's get input on that. So, and I'm also having, as a consultant, done a bunch of strategic plans. This is a very good price for what we're getting out of it. And I feel that the process we're in right now is really strong in producing an excellent, excellent plan. So my bar has been raised. My original bar was like, we've been in a plan for 25 years. Anything would do. I had real low standards. And now I'm learning like, hey, let's get this right. And let's do the proper public input and take it piece by piece. I was real frustrated that we're not going to finish it by April, but I can live with that. So I really think it's a reasonable proposal and I'd like to see it move forward.
Yes.
Okay, so we recently got another invoice, I got that, and adding this to what we've already paid to Phoenix Rising, we still have a little over $15,000 left on a contract. So there's still money within that contract. I think that'll get us through the future land use and planning meeting where you'll see a draft of that element. And I think you'll start to see, as these meetings continue on, you'll start to see these draft elements. And I think you'll be in a little bit better position to accept a change order from Phoenix Rising. But we still have funds left on this. And I should preface all of this by saying, I asked Phoenix Rising to come on this agenda to preface a change order down the road. So getting us prepared, knowing that there's going to be more time needed to produce something that we can accept and be proud of come June 5th. So it's in the works. I have, like I said, there's still $15,026 left on this agreement that we can still pull from until a change order is necessary. Their bills as they've come in have averaged about $7,500, $8,000 a bill. Finance committee, you see those. And so I think that would get us close to two more billing cycles, and you'll have seen some of the draft elements that come out. And then I think we can submit a change order and get that over. From what I saw in the draft, we're on the right track. We're on the right track to being ready to have a new comprehensive plan by June 5th. But I was adamant that we have public hearings for every element. That way we don't get to that final draft and say, here it is. And, that I think that would delay anything in the interim. So I like being able to have additional public hearings. We have a really active community.
And I agree that I have seen what Stephanie has seen so far as the master plan goes. And they have produced some stuff and they've produced some good stuff. So it's not like they haven't been working. It's not like they haven't been writing. It just wasn't ready to bring out to the public. So there is work done. But I think I agree. Let's let them use the rest of their contract money before we do, and then let them put in a change order, and then let's finish it up. Let's see what the results of that first input on the land use planning is, and then let's look at the change order. Yeah, Mr. Dodd.
So what does that do to this request?
I think it makes it.
It was prefaced on the agenda as a presentation.
Right.
So a status of things where we're at. There's really no action. I just want you to be ready, knowing that there is going to be additional funds needed to finish the project. And it's outside of my approval limit. It'll be a change of contract. So you now know about it. And when you see it as an actual action item, I hope by then you'll be more comfortable with approving something. And it wasn't meant to be any sort of, attack on our consultant. They've done a phenomenal job at this point. And I do want to clarify one thing. There is an element that I specifically asked for because I think we need it, and it fits into with our safe pathways for the park. And is that working? Transportation element is something that I asked to be included into this comprehensive plan.
So it should be very helpful for grant writing.
It would.
Yeah. Okay, any other things from the board on this?
So there's no motion required.
All right.
I'll just say, we're really committed to working with you all to produce the product that the town needs and that the public has engaged with and that the public feels like they own. This has been an iterative process to try to do what started out as a summary of all existing documents to get a sense of where the town was to a fully professional comprehensive plan while bringing on a new administrator and a change in board. So I will just say I appreciate everyone's patience, including my whole team, and their willingness to have worked thus far to date for a quarter of their normal rates that they usually charge. So I really, again, look forward to working with you all to produce something that everyone is proud of and that the community feels ownership over and that will meet all the requirements of the Colorado statute. It includes all of the transportation and other elements that you need for future grant writing, as well as an action list that will help folks keep track of primary actions and hopefully be something that the town and citizens feel like they can see themselves in. So thank you so much. And if you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. And again, I am working closely with Stefan on this. And yeah, if there's anything else, let me know.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wright.
Thank you.
As I promised, I said I would really focus on this at the first of the year, and we're only 23 days in and we're really focused on this.
All right, next up on the agenda is consideration of approval to consideration of approval of a letter to support Dark Skies International. And it's page 47 in the packet. On the addendum, it's page 43. I think I saw Aaron. There he is. Welcome, Mr. Clark.
Thanks for having me, everyone. My name is Aaron Watson. I'm with Dark Skies Area. So I'm here tonight. We are pretty much ready to submit our final application, the final draft of our Dark Sky Community application. We've been working at this for probably close to 5 years now. Hopefully this is the last time I need to approach the Board of Trustees here to ask for something for this. And so what we have now is we're asking for our final letter of support from Board of Trustees. We're sending this to Dark Sky International, so it's going to be on the first page of our application, showing that the town, approves this decision to become an international dark sky community. With that, there's one action item here. So we've put together a inventory of town lighting that is not compliant with our current ordinance. And so part of becoming a dark sky community is we need to have this lighting come to compliance within 5 years, okay? So here's a list of lights. There's about 20 lights here, and the total cost to bring this into compliance is under $5,000. So that's, over 5 years. That'd be under $1,000 a year. And we've kind of broken them out by priority. The ones in the red highlighting are higher priority to replace. So anyway, we're asking for approval of this 5-year plan to replace the town lighting, to bring it into compliance. That's number 2. And then the third part I just wanted to bring up, this is on the motion. So part of getting certified is we need to take measurements of the quality, how dark our night skies are. And this is it's kind of like, measuring contaminants in the air or the water. We're doing the same thing for the sky. And so if there's big sources of light pollution that were to pop up, we'd be able to measure it and kind of see threats to our light dome. So we're asking for permission to pursue putting this on the roof of the town hall. We'd like to put it downtown somewhere. It's not necessary that we put it on top of town hall, but we thought that this would be a great place to do it, because it would represent the town and probably wouldn't, it's pretty stable, like as opposed to a business that might go out of business. Town's here to stay. So I don't have an MOU drafted at this point. We probably want to put some kind of agreement together if you were to approve us putting this meter on top of the roof. But again, that's not necessary. The first two items, the letter and then approval of this 5-year plan are the crucial pieces to get the certification. So that's why I'm here tonight. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Okay, input from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I just like to say.
Please come up to the podium, state your name, address.
I'm Suzanne, I live in Peoria. I was just gonna say, dark skies, it would be nice to have a dark skies award for Christmas decorations that don't have anything to do with gaudy light displays. Maybe you could work on that next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Oster. Or Ms.
I just want to say I was in the Wadi Rum Desert in Jordan this summer, which is known for it's been all the Star Wars films, you know, those big red rocks and everything. And it's known for stargazing. People come from all over Europe to go to the desert to see the stars in the Wadi Rum. And we see better stars in Peoria. Happy to say that we have a very special dark sky here, and I'm really appreciative to Aaron and Flower and everybody for the dark sky protection. So thank you for making us a world-class, helping us continue to be a world-class star viewing destination.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Questions from the board for Aaron? Yes,
A bunch
Trustee
of
Houston.
comments. First of all, I don't know if everyone knows this, but Aaron was the president of the statewide Dark Skies chapter. And we've had him as a local resource from the beginning. So I just can't thank him enough for helping to drive this process forward. And I'd really like the board members of Dark Skies to stand up because many of you are here now so that people can see who these board members are. So could we start with Lynn and Jeff?
Yeah, yep, the board members of the Dark Skies stand up. Ah. Okay, other questions from the board or comment? Yes, Trustee McKay.
Yeah, I have a question about the kind of 5-year plan that you have here. Is your vision for this something that would be given over to Public Works and kind of let them go through? Are you asking permission to change these lights yourself? What is kind of your vision in the application of this plan?
Yeah, good question. So in the plan, we put suggested lighting fixtures to replace, and with that, I upped the price about 10% to include staff time to replace those lights. So we were hoping Public Works would have the expertise to do that.
Any questions? Yes, Trustee.
I think the letter is great. I would just like to ask that we be given a little bit more time in the second to the last paragraph. I believe this was going to go till 2029 for the 5 years, and we are committing to have all town lights in compliance by 2027. And we're not committing we're committing for 29. The letter says 27.
Yeah, and I can speak to that. The reason is because we initially did it 5 years after the adoption of the lighting ordinance. But now, since we're asking for this today, I can change that to be 5 years from today, essentially. So I can amend the letter.
I would say yes to that, but maybe that's a vote.
Okay, anything else from the board? Okay, I would like to also commend you, Aaron, and the Dark Skies Committee for pushing this forward and bringing it in. I'm sure let's remind in the budget process that we commit $1,000 to upgrading lighting.
Yeah, and so we'll put that through ClearGov in our capital improvement planning, but it'll be from 2025 to 2029. That'll be 5 years.
Okay.
And so we'll start that planning this summer for our budget for next year.
Yeah,
Town Administrator Lynn, are Public Works staff, are they in the loop with when we need to replace lights, et cetera, that we don't just continue to add to the problem, but we're being proactive and not putting bad lights up?
With this plan, we can be. And I don't mean that to be kind of facetious. It's, I don't know if our public works guys are capable of doing electrical work. I mean, they can frame something all day long. They do great carpentry work, but electrical is a little bit different, even just switching out like the light that's at our public works building for a wall pack unit with a top shield. You know, that might be out of their ability or scope. But it's something that with this plan, we'll start addressing.
And to clarify, just that when we're choosing the light fixture, no matter who installs it, that we're really thinking about dark skies when we're selecting the fixture.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, anything else? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve a letter of support for Dark Skies Pioneer to become a recognized member of Dark Skies International and to include the 5-year plan in the town's budget process for 2025 to 2029 and to allow for installation to test sky quality monitoring on capital.
Do you have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you very much, Aaron.
Thank you.
All right. You go. All right, next up on the agenda is finally, Helen, consideration of appointment for the Zoning Board of Adjustments and Appeal. We have an applicant. Beth, would you come up and introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Dale Easterback. I do work for County of Delta. I am a certified and forum appraiser. I'm trying to make a difference. I've seen all the protests and land use and all the big concern that all the Delta County has, and this is probably one way I can help approach and understand and let taxpayers know that government's here to help instead of you're here to raise taxes or you're here to do this. So that's when I saw it posted in your front office, I wanted to apply, and I appreciate that you missed the deadline. You guys kept it open. I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Well, first, let's get public opinion. Is there any public comment on the appointment of Mr. Dusterbeck? Yes.
Great. So I want to thank the applicant for his interest, and he may be eminently qualified and a real addition to this group. But I got to point out that the wording in the ad is wrong. The words are not identified properly. And I believe you're from Cedar Ridge. And I just have to say, we have a tree board that, am I correct in saying that Mr. Valentine is the only town resident on the tree board?
I don't think that's true, no.
There are several residents that are not. I think it is unfortunate and improper that we're going as far as Cedar Edge to get people to sit on these boards. I think it delays failure of the board to solicit the interest from the community to get people locally to staff these positions.
Thank you. All right.
Can I address that a little?
Please do, sir.
Because I went to the county. The reason that I went this way is the county didn't want me to do, because I would be in Cedar Ridge if I could, but they didn't want that to be a conflict of interest. Since I do appraise personal property in the town of Cedar Ridge. So that's why I kind of came this way, because they're all on board with that, so it's not a conflict. So I understand, I'm kind of an outside.
Against you.
No, I understand that, and I do come and help the Peonia appraiser come into the area. Not a lot, but a couple times a month. So I am in the area because I don't live in the area, so I understand.
Okay, questions for the board?
I have questions.
All right. Ms. Watson, you're not answering questions, you're just taking comments.
So this is noticed as the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. But that's, the problem I have is we have two different ordinances. One is for the Building Board of Appeals, which has to do appeals to the building code and construction. And the other one is the Zoning Board of Adjustment, which is a statutory board. It's described in state statute. And I think the Building Board of Appeals, the links requires you to be, I mean, it's weird. It's like, I don't see how a board that's not statutory can be compelled to be this Board of Adjustment. The way that our ordinances are worded is very confusing. And we also don't even have a variance process that's spelled out enough for a town administrator to be confident in using the Board of Adjustment. I'm also wondering, this is filling a vacancy, basically. So when do the terms start and end on the Board of Adjustment? Do they start with the new board and are they overlapping, or do they just start when someone wants to volunteer for the position for a 3-year term? So I'd like you to consider that and perhaps answer some of those questions while you're discussing this.
Okay, thank you.
And also the homeowner, I really would like to think that people in this town would be working working in town government to help make these decisions. It's like a jury of your peers that's hearing your case. And I would feel so much more comfortable with that than farming everything out to, like, we already have one member on the zoning board of adjustment that lives on Pigton Mesa. Do we need to have one that lives 30 miles away or whatever? I feel very uncomfortable with using people from other towns. The Building Board of Appeals, yes, things having to do with the building code, I can understand, but our own zoning regulations, I have a problem with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Watts. Would anyone else from the public like to comment? All right, seeing none. Cora.
I have a question for Town Administrator Nguyen. When we do the code rewrite, would looking at the functions of these boards be something that they would be considering?
Yes. And that is a big point, that there are a lot of conflicts within our land use code that need to be addressed, and these boards are one of them. But that's why we have public hearings.
So I just wanted to make a comment. When I read your application, I was kind of like, wow, Cedar Edge. Huh? I had to read the code to see if you need to live in town, and you don't. There's nothing said about it. So my stomach kind of was like, what? But then there's a part of me that thinks there would be no bias on your part when you hear a code appeal, because you don't live here and you don't, anyway. So to me, that's a mark in your favor.
May I?
Yes,
please. So this has been advertised for quite some time. It has been a vacancy that has been advertised since one of our board members went to the Plan Commission. And we have received absolutely no applications. We received applications for the tree board. We received applications for the Plan Commission. We've received applications for trustees and mayor, but we hadn't received anything for this board. And having an applicant who is qualified, I think, is regardless of where they live, is kind of needed. So that's my only input.
Anything else from the board? Yeah.
Okay, I have Mayor Bachman, I have a question about the term. Like, I am curious, how long would that be? Or maybe this is for town clerk.
Yeah, go ahead.
All of the entire board was appointed at the same time, and their terms in all of them in August of 24. But then the vacancy was created by Commissioner Watson moving to the Planning Commission. So there's a seat open on it now, but it is a 3-year term, but getting ready to do a code review too, so.
Thank you.
Nick has a
attorney.
Yes.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to weigh in on that point. So is it the case that this appointee would be appointed to fill the vacancy created by Ms. Watson?
Yes.
Okay. So per the code, let's see, it says section 2820. says vacancies on the board shall be filled for the remaining term in the same manner as the initial appointment. So that's appointed by the Board of Trustees in a regular meeting, the remaining term. So how many years Ms. Watson had on her term is relevant, and that should actually constitute the term of this new appointee should the board desire to appoint him.
That would be August of this.
Yes, it'd be August of 2024.
Okay, all right, Sam, and if that's what you said, I apologize for jumping in.
No problem.
All right, thanks.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else, can we have a motion?
I'd like to move to designate the town admin, oh, I'm sorry. Where is that one? I don't. Where is his? Thing in the packet.
There is one. These are things that I don't produce a staff report for because they could be too controversial or political for me. And I have to stay apolitical.
Yeah, page 49, David.
Thank you.
A good place to go.
249. I'd like to make a motion to appoint. Where is it?
There you
I'm
go.
sorry, I'm taking some
Hey,
time.
no one,
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Dale Dosterbeck, did I say it right? Dusterbeck, to the Community Board of Adjustment and Appeals, to fulfill the term of current Commissioner Watson.
you have a second?
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Well,
5-minute recess.
you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll be back at 8:05. Thank you. All right, next up on the agenda is consideration of appointing town. Can we please keep it down? If you take your conversations outside the room, please. All right, consideration of appointing town administrator as proxy for this town to the Stewart Ditch and Reservoir Company for the 2024 annual meeting. Administrator Wynn.
So there is one point of clarification. It's not as proxy, but as the town's representative to this upcoming annual meeting. I know in the agenda it said proxy, the staff report made some changes to say that it's the representative because I am the representative for the town. So, but we got to designate that. I think last year you designated Corey. I'm interested in this meeting because we will be choosing a board member for the Stewart Ditch and Reservoir Company. So I think they're for 5-year terms. And so I think those votes have a little more clout, I guess. I think Trustee Smith is also a member of the ditch separately in her, so she'll also be attending as well. Maybe a little lie.
And you shares too?
Yeah. All right, comments from the public? Okay, seeing questions from the board. Yes, Trustee McGinnis.
I mean, I was struggling. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then make a motion, sir. Yeah.
Okay, I move to designate the town administrator, Stefan Wynn, to the, as the town's official representative to the Stewart Ditch and Reservoir Company.
You have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes.
These controversial things.
Okay, next up is consideration of approval for the USGS agreement to operate and maintain the gauging station at the North Fork of the Gunnison River.
And so I'll give some clarification to this. I originally thought it was over our 4,800, my $5,000 limit. However, as Trustee Smith pointed out to me this afternoon during our agenda meeting, the first part is actually USGS's contribution, and the second part is our contribution. So it's still within my approval limits. However, this is an agreement and it still needs to come before you for approval. Now, why do we need this? If we want to be able to discharge clean treated wastewater called effluent into the North Fork of the Gunnison River, we have to have a gauging station. We have to know what the levels or depth of the river is that we're pumping into. Because it matters. It matters how much flow of effluent we can get from our treated wastewater station. We need this. And so this agreement makes it so that we don't have to maintain it. We don't have to fix it. We don't have to repair it. The United States Geological Survey has to do all of that. So please approve this contract.
All right, comments from the public.
I just have a question.
Excuse me, ma'am. Please stand, come to the podium, state your name and address. We're not going to answer questions.
This is not important, but I'm Kim Carter. My address is on Highway 133.
Thank you.
And my question is just where, if you know where it would be.
Yeah, so the, sorry, Mayor.
We'll get to it. All right, thank you.
Can I sit down now?
Yes, you may sit down. Thank you. All right.
So this is just below our wastewater station on the North Fork of the Gunnison River. So where it runs past Big B's and, our wastewater plant is out that way as well. It's just below our wastewater plant, just before where our effluent goes out. So we know how much depth that river has to be able to discharge. And just to be clear, our effluent, unlike drinking water, you have to have a chlorine contact. Drinking water has to have a chlorine contact, but the second part for wastewater is you have to dechlorinate. And so you don't have to do that for drinking water, oddly enough, but you have to do it for wastewater. So there's, not only has it been chlorinated after it's been fully treated, but then it's also been dechlorinated before it goes into it.
All right, yes.
Just a clarifying question, have we seen this agreement on a previous agenda? Have we already agreed? Or was that tabled for?
No, it's annual.
Okay.
We've done this annual.
So can I answer that, Mayor?
Yeah.
So we did see it in June of last year. We're just ahead of the curve this year.
That's.
Okay, other questions, comments from the board?
This gauging station is used as a safety factor by river runners, especially in the spring. I'm wondering if there would be a possibility of exploring with Delta County, the possibility of sharing those costs.
I haven't considered that. Didn't know it was used for anything other than what we use it for.
It's a huge safety factor for river running. And there's a put in for the river right below the gauging station in Hotchkiss. And there's also a put in here in Paonia. And so river runners in the spring, when they look at that gauging station, to know whether it's safe to run the river at that time. And it's a huge public service, but it's well beyond the boundaries of just the town of Paonia. So it seems like that's a recreation component for the North Fork Valley and Delta County. And that maybe Delta County might be willing to help Paonia pay the cost of it.
That is something that I can ask them. If you want this to actually be part of this agreement, we'll have to go back to the USGS to add them to it.
Not now.
Okay,
Yeah.
then if there is I got you. So if there is a motion for that, to approve this, you maybe add something that says, and explore a cost share opportunity with Delta County.
Other questions, comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll read that motion then.
Yeah, if I may.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement with USGS for the operation and maintenance of the gauging station at the North Fork of the Gunnison River and to include negotiations with the county for cost sharing.
We have a second.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes.
Okay.
All right. Next up is page 34, consideration to change the legal paper of record designation to the High Country Spotlight and Shopper. So yeah, page 34, and then we have some additional packet materials.
Are you giving a page number for the original?
Yeah, for the original packet.
It's a little. Page 59.
Well, that's
No.
the amended back.
Right, in the,
No,
no.
that's, I'm sorry, it's page
That's-
34 in the amended packet.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
My bad. All right.
I had nothing to do with this one.
All right, so we have, get up to the correct page on my computer. Yes, page 34. It's agenda number 7. Or, yeah.
I guess I can add to this. This was continued from our last agenda meeting or our last board meeting with additional information requested. We actually have both newspapers here today to discuss that. So both the Delta County Independent and the High Country Shopper are both represented today.
Oh, we did have someone.
I think they're online, correct?
There's no one being shot here.
Oh, Tammy, yes, okay. Well, we can see if Tammy will speak to this. We're going to let Mr. Hampson speak first.
Good evening, and thanks for letting me come and speak to you. This is new for all of us. We've not had another publication in Delta County that is qualified to be the newspaper of record. So the decision to name a newspaper of record for your municipality is one that has many determining factors and outcomes. It's not just circulation numbers. It's who gives the best information, who reads, who's more apt to read the publication, or get more readers for the publication. The changing landscape of the newspaper industry has been a 25+ year evolution. As the digital age came to be, newspapers weren't sure how to embrace it. In the last 10 years, the picture has become clear and the digital presence has become an asset as opposed to a disruptor. There's no better example of a newspaper embracing digital than the DCI. It is something that my team and I are very proud of with leadership from editor Lucas Mayer. No longer does the community of Delta County have to wait for the weekly print edition to be published to get the news, as the news is written and we publish it on our website right away. I've been asked, what about our print subscribers? Usually the question is if you're putting it on the website right away, then you're circumventing your print product. But our print subscribers are also our digital subscribers. Every print subscriber has access to our digital content, and our digital subscribers are just those who opt out of getting a print subscription. They pay the same rate. And that's the privilege of membership. I'll add one thing that's not in here is beginning on February 22nd, we're going to be moving our publication from Wednesday to Thursday. This way we can get meetings like this in the same week, coverage in the same week instead of being a week. So that's one way that we can help our print subscribers. We value our paid subscribers. They allow us to afford quality journalism. We don't just publish press releases to fill our pages. And we're not limited to space because we own the print. So the more advertising that we sell, the thicker our paper will be. And we've had a very good last couple of years in advertising. To obtain a periodical permit and be a newspaper of record, there are minimum requirements. A subscription-based model with at least 25% of the publication being devoted to content. It doesn't have to be original content, it could be whatever. That is not the standard of your community newspaper, the DCI. Our content to advertising ratio is in the 60 to 70% content range, with 40 to 30% being advertising. That's polar opposite of the high country shop. Our first priority is reporting the news. We are 7 educated and experienced journalists deep at the DCI. Lucas Rader, our DCI managing editor, Frank Mikowski, who we know, our dedicated general reporter, Catherine Heidelberg, who is one of, if not the best sports and crime reporters in the state. Jeremy Morrison, our Montrose Daily Press managing editor, contributes content to the DCI. Kylie Hensler, who covers outdoors and regional entities such as EMEA, Matt Myers and Dan Mormon, who cover high school sports news. It's as deep a team as the DCI has seen. Our editorial is our largest payroll expense, and that's not changing. Legal notices should be published in the newspaper that is the best source for news, and not the one that is doing the minimum to obtain a periodical permit, which was pursued to cut expenses. According to Tim Regan Porter, CEO of Colorado Press Association, free newspapers who have obtained a periodical permit that meets the minimum requirements may be eligible to publish legal news by the letter of the law, but certainly not by the spirit of the law, unless they are the only source of news in their community. By the numbers, the DCI has a total of 320 paid subscribers. These are people who are paying for the newspaper. These are net numbers and not just papers that are distributed and then some that are taken back. This is the net number. One paid subscriber has a value of 6 to 8 free subscribers. That's according to the National Newspaper Association. Our paid subscribers are invested participants who must renew their subscriptions annually. They are more likely to read our newspaper because they pay for it. All public notices are valued content to our subscribers. Our circulation is audited annually by an independent accounting. This question was asked of the High Country Shopper at Cedar Ridge town meeting, and their response on auditing was that the post office audits their subscribers. That's not true. USPS is not responsible for auditing what is a legit opt-in subscriber for your otherwise. They are our carrier force, and all they are concerned with is that publications with periodic permits prove their content to advertising ratio, complete their postal paperwork correctly, and sort their publications correctly matching addresses to postal routes. That's where their responsibility ends. Digital numbers are important because our public notices are available to everyone. They are placed in front of a paywall, therefore free to anyone. Another important paywall fact to keep in mind is our paywall allows non-subscribers to read 3 stories per month before hitting our paywall. From October through December, below is a comparison of important digital data points. Our digital readership of the DCI has been a true asset that is not limited to just paid subscribers. DCI website visitors over the last 3 months, 62,262. The High Country Shoppers, 31,600.
DCI duration on the website is 4 minutes and 19 seconds. For High Country Shoppers, 2 minutes and 18 seconds. DCI page views, 57,000. High Country Shopper, 35,500. These stats are provided by Similar Web, a company that specializes in website traffic. Other digital metrics. The DCI is an app. It's another source that we use to reach our readers. Our active app users over the same 3-month period is averages 1,598. Each week, we publish 3 curated newsletters with an opt-in subscriber base of 2,428. These newsletters have a phenomenal open rate of 57%. All email addresses are scrubbed for validity data. Facebook in Delta County is by far the most used social media platform. When WIC Communications purchased the DCI in 2019, our Facebook page was at less than 800 followers. We are now at 6,200 followers. The High Country Shopper has 260. Followers are more important than likes because followers want the content in your feed. We can argue that DCI reaches more readers than ever before because of the multiple platforms that we use. And we'll talk about pricing. Pricing for legals is by state statute. Government public notices are capped in price. Price is determined by newspaper column and line rate. For the DCI, the cap price is $5.28 per column inch. We charge $4.85 for the first week, $4.18 for the second week, $3.96 for the third week. We have been below state statute in pricing for years, even though we were the only option. Our partner Column. Column is a service that we use for our customers to process their public notices. Through the Column portal on our website, our customers enter text and images to produce their legal notice. The notice is then formatted right in front of them. The customer also receives pricing so they know in advance what their cost is. Dates are selected, then the notice is approved. All in one visit, no emailing back and forth. Through Column, we can send notarized affidavit dated by email, which is most preferred by our customers, or mail. Once the public notice is approved, then the public notice is automatically placed on the state website, which is also powered by Column. It is also state statute that all public notices must appear on the state website. For private public notices, there is a processing fee for using Column. For government clients, do not pay this fee. Disruption is another factor for your consideration. For decades, all public notices have been placed in the DCI. There are over 98 public notice accounts. Are we expecting the public to search back and forth between publications for public notices? Thank you for considering a continued relationship with the Delta County Independent as your newspaper. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. All right. Yeah, but I want to give the shopper a chance to respond as well. So why don't we if Tammy is able to speak on this subject, I think I'm going to let Tammy speak and then we'll get public comment and then we'll questions from the board. Ms. Mack.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Backren. I am not prepared to speak. However, I was not asked to speak either, but I do have an email that was sent to the clerk this morning by Tina Walker, who is the managing owner of the shopper. And she did include some information she wanted to pass on, should there be any more questions. She says, I have not touched on our social media presence, primarily Facebook, with some Instagram presence, as I did not find it pertinent to the topic of legal notices. But if any of the trustees want to know, we currently have 2,597 followers, and we follow 261 business, government, and community pages. Our 90-day web start stats, beginning October 23rd, ending January 22nd of this year, are a total of 72,758 visitors with 175,255 page views. I think it's important to note that while there are some paid tools such as SEMrush or SimplyWeb that can estimate another website's statistics, meaning a website we do not own or manage, they are not anywhere near accurate. they are rough estimates at best. With the changes in federal law regarding the use of cookies and tracking, it is very unlikely to have a comprehensive demographic breakdown of a website's viewership, even with such tools as Google's G4, which is the replacement for Google Analytics. And that was all she wrote. And again, I have not been asked to speak for her, and I would not really be comfortable. You do have the data that she sent you in the packet, as I see going by there. So other than that, that is really all I feel I should say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mix. All right, so any comments from the public on this issue? Yes, Ms. Watson?
Suzanne, I live in Columbia. So I submitted a comment to you. I don't know, I didn't have any acknowledgement. I didn't see it in the packet, but I submitted it before I read the latest packet. But I do agree. I don't know how many of you have actually looked at the legal notices in the paper. I find them quite interesting. You know, I keep an eye out for Paonia, but you stumble across other things. Sometimes you see things about the BLM or the Forest Service or the coal mine. And if you have public notices scattered throughout different papers, I think you're doing people a disservice in a way that you have to, like, how many papers do you have to look at to know that you've gotten public notices from around here? That being said, it's exciting to hear that the Shopper wants to become more of a serious newspaper, but I don't think they're there yet. I don't see an editorial section. I don't see letters to the editor. I think until they get to that point, I would hold off on making this sole paper record. I don't know what the costs are for legal notices. You spend a lot of money on stuff. Look at the comprehensive plan, look at the housing action study. I think spending money on legal notices is very important. And you might consider a year doing it in both papers. Make the DCI keep it as a paper of record, but also encourage the Shopper to have your legal notices and see how it goes. Expose people to that who read the Shopper and see how that works. But I don't think pulling the plug on the DCI is a really good idea. It's really kind of a very traditional paper that people have always expected to find this in. They have foreclosure notices and legal notices. And it's really interesting how you just happen to stumble on things. It's like, oh my God, I know that person. I think they better know maybe that would happen in the Shopper, but I mean, the legal notices is really a very interesting section and it's pretty comprehensive. I know it doesn't have to be. Our only requirement is to get our notice in, but you can learn so much more from the other notices that are posted too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. All right, questions from the board for Mr. Anderson or, yes, Trustee.
Actually, I have questions for staff because our minutes for this meeting, the motion made regarding this item was to have a staff report regarding background data for our meeting, and we don't have it. So I was disappointed when I read the packet that we didn't have a side-by-side analysis by staff about what this looks like, and I think it's only fair that we should get that before we make a decision. Boom.
Yes,
so we did get it, but not till tonight, you know, and so we had to scramble through it. But one of the things that hasn't been discussed, I think, Dennis, sorry, I forgot your last name. I think it's really important that the High Country Shopper is not a part of the state repository for public notices at publicnoticecolorado.com. I saw Suzanne Watson's email, so went to look. They are not listed in the drop-down menu for newspapers publishing public notices. They are not there. Now, I don't know why they're not there. Is it because they haven't done any legal notices yet? I can't answer that, but they are not there. So my personal opinion is until they are a formal part of that repository, which is really important, I've used it a lot. I don't think they could be considered a legal place to put a legal notice, not to sound too flippant. And secondly, in the comparison that we did get with this addendum, it is notable that High Country Shopper, as they say here, as our clerk put together, they would be a little cheaper. And I don't know if you, the High Country or the DCI representatives, had the chance to see that, but it might be of interest to see the difference in the price. But again, I don't think the High Country Shopper has shown itself yet to do enough legal notices to be a reliable place to put them if they're not even on the state's website. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you want to respond? Okay. I have a question. I know it's not a legal notice thing, but what we want to do is we want to get the information out to as many people as possible. So we have it published in the paper. Will TextMyGov, will that allow us to just share that information? Like, can people sign up for legal notices? Because that's a way that I'm like, how do we get this out to more people? And frankly, I think people just don't read the newspaper like they used to. And social media is a bit of a show. And so is there a way that we can get the information out in just a more professional manner that has more access? So that's what I'm curious about with TextMyGov.
Yeah, we can push out anything that we want to for notices, but as, and so that can be another tool in the toolbox. But we still have to have this. Like,
yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. When we initiated this discussion, I think in our previous meeting, there was a comment that a paper of record was no longer required by the state. So it's kind of going above and beyond the requirements made to us as a municipality. Am I misremembering that? So, and I think it's curious because all of our legal notices are on our website. And so those with ample access to a computer and the internet already have access to them. And so I think what we are, if you have, if I'm saying something wrong.
Nick is raising his hand.
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee McGinnis. The distinction is that municipalities are now authorized to post notices of their public meetings on their website, and that's sufficient to serve the timely and full noticing requirements of the open meetings law. However, when it comes to notice of public hearings on certain items, there are other statutes requiring publication in newspapers of general circulation. So that's actually what we're dealing with here.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Something too that I did not hear coming from the information from High Country Shopper is that you do have to have an affidavit provided by the publisher saying that publication was indeed done. And I don't know if the High Country Shopper is going to do that. And you had referred to that and had forgotten about the affidavit.
You have to.
Yes.
So, yes, by law, it's required that we provide you with a notarized affidavit that you're legal in the state.
And the reason I ask is because I don't see that in the description for High Country Shoppers legal notices. If they understand the requirement for that affidavit, I don't know. It's silent on that issue. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is not only does the town put in our ordinance and our things like that, but the town is also publishing at the cost of the applicant any of the public notices, like for the hearing tonight. So, and I bring that up because the cost of the public notice is something I think we should keep in mind in the future.
So last year, in that presentation I gave you last year, you spent $1,213 on.
And I'm sorry, I missed.
$1,213 on public notice.
And that was at what time period?
For the last year.
Oh, for the last year. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else from trustee?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not very compelled by the we've always done it this way argument. And so I think if we go with High Country Shopper, people will learn, they'll figure it out. The idea to publish in both places for a while isn't a bad one. The other concern I have is who reads those papers, and I don't have any data, but I suspect that the demographic readership of the High Country Shopper is broader than the DCI.
Did you have something to say, Christopher?
Yes, thank you. When I listened to the amount that it costs for a year to publish in the DCI, I think I'm more open to saying, well, let's try both for a while and see how that works. However, I want to reaffirm my complaint. I've been a trustee for about 6 years, and one of the things that drives me crazy is walking into a meeting 15 minutes early and being handed a number of sheets of paper that are supposed to be backgrounds for an important decision I'm going to make. And I'm really frustrated by that.
All right. Yes. Okay.
The yearly total, I did just want to point out that last year was a strange year. As you know, we have a lot of big things going up. So I suspect, I don't know for sure, but I suspect you would find that that was actually probably a low amount spent on public notices last year compared to what's normally happening when town business isn't in transition like it was last year. So I just wanted to toss that out there.
Mayor, if I may. So Trustee Smith brought up a really good point, and it was the website where all these publications, these public notices, and all of the newspapers that are public, capable of publishing public notices in the state. I had that up when she was speaking, so you could see that what she was saying wasn't just, anecdotal. It's true. DCI is listed, but the High Country Shopper was not. Now, I don't know if that was because they haven't actually published a public notice yet, but they aren't on that website. So I wanted to make sure that that was shown as well. So that if you thought I was just playing around on my desktop, I was actually showing what Trustee Smith was talking about.
So I have some questions. So you made a couple comments like that people could go and view a couple articles. I think you said 3 articles before they hit the firewall. Can they view any advertising?
Advertising, sure. And legal notices are in front of the paywalls.
But as far as for free, before they have to start paying?
Legal notices?
Yeah, I mean, if they were to go on to your website,
Yeah.
could they vote, how much advertising can they view for free before they get?
All classifieds and legal notices are free all the time.
Okay.
They're in front of me.
Okay, yes, because my concern is, we want the most people to see the advertising. And if they can go on the web and see it for free and don't have to pay for it, then they're more likely to go there and to see it. And so.
And our portal on our website also allows them to search. They won't just see Paonia, they can search per town. So they can see it. So it's not a PDF, it's an actual through the state website.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I was concerned about that. And then you said 3 curated newsletters. Any advertising in those? Any way to put public notice in those?
You can, yeah, you certainly can, or we can put a link to. I think that would be the.
It's a matter of more eyes on it. And I'm an old-fashioned person who takes up the newspaper, but I know the main demographic does not do that anymore. And they do electronic. And so being able to get electronically to the most people in the easiest way so that they can find it easily and read it easily is my goal. Yes.
If I might, sorry. I'd like to make a motion that we continue this discussion. Once we learn that High Country Shopper is a member of the public notice colorado.com.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstain.
Because I don't know, maybe division. Yeah, I don't know how many voted.
All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavitsa,
Nay.
trustee Smith,
Aye.
trustee Valentine,
Aye.
trustee McKinnis.
Abstain. Nay.
Trustee Schwartz.
Nay.
Okay, that motion fails. All right, trustee Schwartz.
May I make a motion?
Absolutely.
Can I give more information before? So I want to clarify one thing. This wasn't something staff is looking to do. This was brought to us by the High Country Shopper the day that we were, that meeting that we were bringing a resolution to set public notices is when it came. So that's why you don't really see a staff recommendation. There's no recommendation. We have enjoyed, as staff, we have enjoyed the relationship that we have submitting public notices with the DCI. We're open to something, especially right across the street from us. But in my opinion, and I know there's no staff recommendation, but in my opinion, this isn't the right time to decide who we're going to have. I think that the more appropriate time is later in the year when we have to do a resolution again to set our public notices and our publication notice, and when we've had time to budget for it. So again, we'll start budgeting for fiscal year 25 in the summer and fall. And I think that's a more appropriate time to probably set this, what we're trying to do here tonight. So I just want to put that out there as we're not trying to recommend anything. It was brought to us, and that's why it's in front of you for a discussion.
All right, trustee Schwartz.
I make a motion that we table this until the fall.
Okay, do we have a second one?
Yes, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is anyone opposed?
Thank you.
Opposed? Okay.
That's up to the mayor.
Sure.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, the reason why I just brought in this package is because it just found out. Just.
Concern. Well, and thank you.
If I frustrated you, I apologize.
Okay, thank you for coming today. All right, next item on the agenda is the public hearing. All right, so first let's get the input from our attorney on the applicability of trustee Knudsen and the mayor taking part in this public hearing.
Mayor, I think that the board should open the public hearing prior to my statements, just to ensure that they're included in the hearing record.
Okay, we can do that. Okay. I will now open the public hearing on the application submitted by West Elk Land and Hops LLC for the minor subdivision of property located at 841 Highway 133, Paonia, Colorado, 81428. The purpose of this hearing is to provide a public forum for all interested parties who wish to comment on these applications before the Board of Trustees. The procedure for the public hearing will be as follows. First, we will have a presentation by town staff. Next, there will be a presentation by the applicant. After these two presentations, we will allow members of the public to speak for up to 5 minutes. All testimony must be presented at the lectern after you give your full name and address, and I swear you in. Please do not repeat points made by others, but it is fine to say that you agree or disagree with a comment previously made. Please direct all your comments to the Board of Trustees and not to the town staff or the applicant. After receiving public comments, we will allow the applicant and town staff an opportunity to respond and answer any questions raised by the public comments. I will then turn the matter over to the Board of Trustees, and the trustees may ask questions of anyone who testified. We will generally not ask questions during the presentation. Finally, I will close the public hearing and the Board of Trustees will discuss the matter and may take some kind of action. Once the public hearing has closed, no further comment from the applicant or the public will be taken. However, the board may ask for advice from the town attorney. Public hearings are recorded for the public record. Would you now like to make your comments? Mr. Cotton Bias?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I've been asked to provide a legal opinion on whether Mr. Knutsen's and Ms. Bachran's participation in the Planning Commission hearing on this application constitutes an ex parte contact and potential violation of the applicant's or another interested party's due process rights. In view of Mr. Bruner's assertion that the Planning Commission hearing was not required under the Paonia Municipal Code. So that's how I am providing this legal opinion in response to that specific question. And just so all are aware, Mr. Bruner will have a chance to speak again during the public comment portion of this public hearing. What I have not been asked to opine on is whether the Planning Commission was required to hear the application or whether the Planning Commission's involvement, if not required, has violated the applicant's or another interested party's due process rights. So I'm not going to address those issues in this opinion. So with that, it's my opinion that Ms. Bachran and Mr. Knutsen's participation in the Planning Commission hearing does not give rise to a legal obligation to recuse themselves from tonight's Board of Trustee hearing for the following reasons. So first, recusal is appropriate when relationships or interests could bias a decision maker's judgment or present an appearance of bias. There's been no allegation of such a relationship or interest in this case. To the extent that Ms. Bachran's and Mr. Knutsen's participation in the public hearing could be considered to amount to an interest, it's unlikely their participation has biased them. Indeed, the Board of Trustees is charged with deciding the application on the evidence presented at the Board of Trustee hearing this evening. Switching gears just a little bit to quasi-judicial hearing procedures generally, they're intended to preserve applicant and other interested party due process. Ex parte communications are those communications between one interested party and a member of the decision-making body outside of a public hearing. Ex parte contacts are prohibited on the rationale that interested parties must be afforded the opportunity to weigh in on or contest information presented to the decision makers by the opposing parties. Ms. Bachran and Mr. Knutsen are duly appointed members of the Planning Commission. Interested parties were notified of and invited to attend the public hearing before the Planning Commission, just as they were of this hearing before the Board of Trustees. And therefore, all interested parties were afforded an opportunity to express their views before the Planning Commission in the presence of those holding opposing views. Therefore, it can't be said that Mr. Knutsen's and Ms. Bachran's participation in the public hearing before the Planning Commission has resulted in ex parte contact giving rise to a due process violation. So again, for those reasons, it's my opinion that Ms. Bachran and Mr. Knutsen do not have a legal obligation this evening to recuse themselves from the hearing. Thank you. I can answer any questions of the board on these points if there are any.
Okay, questions from the board on this issue? Okay, hearing none, we're going to, yes, Trustee Knutsen.
Although you're not going to address the
Yes, please, yeah.
Although you did not opine on the question about whether the planning commission were properly doing this hearing, I'm curious about that situation, whether that public hearing should have come before the planning commission or not.
Yeah, and Trustee Knutson, I am happy to give an opinion on that. However, I do not find that that's relevant to tonight's hearing, so I would discourage in an effort to grant the applicant due process in tonight's hearing, I would prefer to address that issue at the board's, whenever the board would like, just outside of this public hearing context.
All right. Anything else? All right, in that case, we're going to continue with the public hearing. Okay, first question, do we have proper notification? All right, do trustees have any disclosures as far as any conflicts of interest, any contacts? No, okay. Okay, we'll continue on to the staff presentation. Would the town administrator please present the staff presentation?
Yeah, so the staff report is up on the screen. I wanted to give some background information. So this did go to the planning commission, but there were some conflicting parts of code that made this almost impossible for an administrative split. And that would be the impetus to starting this public hearing process. You know, if you bring a minor subdivision to the town administrator, there are criteria that must be adhered to for an administrative split. Those are typically like line adjustments. But I found that under 17.6220, the very first one, all such proposed parcels are divided by or parallel to and part of the original lot. Tract of parcel lines in the town plat. I didn't go any further. So this needed to go through a more intense process. That being said, that you know, while the plan commission consideration is unnecessary by the plan your code, it also gave an opportunity for the plan commission to offer a recommendation to the board of trustees and gave an additional opportunity for public hearing. The recommendation of the planning commission was to approve the minor subdivision with conditions. Now, it wasn't a unanimous vote. There was one nay for that motion. And those conditions are as follows: that the applicant grant appropriate access easements upon the sale of subject lots, that the applicant obtain a general use well permit from the state prior to the sale of subject lots, that the applicant provide engineered plans for the domestic water systems prior to the sale of lots, and that the applicant establish an HOA and provide guidelines prior to the sale of lots. You know, I also believe that it would be prudent to place a condition that the applicant also include an engineered drainage plan prior to the sale of lots. And to address the zoning question, while a request to change zoning was mentioned in the application and placed in the public notice, it is not being contemplated with this subdivision public hearing. Rezoning would need a whole separate process and can't go to the plan commission for any sort of approval. It has to go to the board of trustees. And I do want to reiterate that rather than be at the sale of subject lots, that it be before a final plat is produced for signatures, that all of these conditions are met. So that was the only thing that I changed to this recommendation. But I do want to show you what is being considered. So this here, outlined in black, is what is colloquially known as hot farm. And the request is to subdivide it into 3 parcels. So your original parcel and 2 remainders. And let's see. And so this is that plat outlined in black, and this is what the subject property would be turned into. This would be 1, 2, and 3. Now, I can't approve this administratively because, you know, access to these needs to be contemplated, and that's one of the conditions, right? It's not easily accessible by Highway 133, but there is an access plan that's being provided in your packets for consideration. So because of this, that's why it's going through public hearings. This is a bigger piece, was a part of a bigger piece of property known as the Riverbank property that has been a highly controversial piece for years. But this is, my understanding is, even though we can't talk about what their intent is, what they intend to do, my understanding is this The split is so that they can sell these pieces of property. That's it. You have my recommendation as well, with the caveat that instead of it being prior to the sale of subject lots, that it be prior to final plat. And I still would wash that through Nick if he has a comment on it as to what. So.
Are there any other staff comments? Okay, seeing none. Would the applicant or applicant's representative please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and take the oath?
My name is David Warren. I live over 0760 Derby Creek Drive.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this matter?
I do.
Okay. Please make your presentation.
I'm a co-owner of the property that we discussed this evening with Al Earl and Allison Elliott. And if it's okay with the trustees, I'd like to share a brief history of our property and the project. Our property is once part of a larger project called the Bank, as Stefan just mentioned. It was planned as a phase 2 of a mixed-use R2 neighborhood. In 2007, property was annexed into town to secure water taps for the project. Just before the final plat was approved, the economy took a downturn in 2008 and the project was terminated. Property was then divided into 2 parcels with 2 separate ownerships, and we retained the northern 14 acres, is what you see up here. From 2011 to 2021, we grew hops on the property. After closing the farm, we decided to pursue developing the property. But due to the ongoing water moratorium, we planned on de-annexing in order to try to secure, to pursue a drilling of a domestic well. During the annexation process with the town in 2007, the town trustees passed a resolution allowing us to de-annex if the town couldn't process water taps. In the fall of 2022, we met with interim town manager Leslie Klesmeyer regarding our de-annexation application. She assured us after conferring with the town attorney that we could have both a domestic well and state-approved septic systems for each lot within town boundaries. And she recommended not to de-annex. Based on that meeting, we decided to move forward with a minor subdivision and stay in town limits. There are basically 4 components of our application. 1 would be the domestic water, 2 is sewer, 3 is fire protection, and 4 is the access. I'd like to kind of go through each of those, and starting off with the water. In December of 22, soon after our meeting with Leslie, we obtained a well permit from the state and drilled a well in January of 2023. In order for the state to approve the well for domestic use, it must include an augmentation plan. This past October, our augmentation plan was approved by the state water court and our decree was issued. Our final step before receiving our general use well permit, which basically allows us to use the well for domestic water, is to finalize our water contracts for the augmentation plan. Is everyone familiar with augmentation plans and a water contract? So, yeah, so I'd like to give you a quick definition of an augmentation plan and how it relates to our project specifically. An augmentation plan is a Colorado Water Court approved document which is designed to protect existing water rights by replacing water depleted in a new project. Since our new well is a junior water right, entities with downstream senior water rights need to be protected in the event of a drought. For our project, senior water right holders include the Short Ditch, which is located on the North Fork between Paoli and Hotchkiss, and Redlands Water and Power, which is located in Lower Gunnison, just upstream from Grand Junction. We are experiencing a dry year and these entities place a call on their water rights. We would need to place a small percentage of our annual water use back into the river to meet the call. To supply this water, we are purchasing water contracts with Lost Lake Slough and La Mesa Reservoir. So the second item is the septic systems. In our meeting with Leslie, she confirmed with Public Works Director Corey Heiniger, who is also attending the meeting, that since our property is located more than 400 feet from the town sewer main, we were exempt from connecting to the town sewer system. State-approved septic systems would be permitted for each lot. So fire protection, We have worked closely with the Paonia Volunteer Fire Department and incorporated all of their recommendations into our subdivision plan. And you can refer to the letter from the fire chief, which is included in our application. So if you look at the map, one key element is the width of our roads and our driveways project are all 23 feet wide to basically accommodate the largest fire trucks. In addition to that, our shared access up Highway 133 will be widened from its current width of 15 feet to 25 feet to improve the ease and safety of fire trucks and vehicles entering and exiting Highway 133 from both directions. CDOT will also require a concrete apron across the 25-foot access ridge, which will adjoin to the existing pavement on Highway 133 and extend into the shared access. This apron will be constructed to CDOT specifications. The last item is access. Since our driveway is shared with the Land's End Foundry, CDOT required a traffic study to determine if vehicle traffic for the two properties was acceptable for our access location. CDOT approved the study and issued us an access permit. So in regards to zoning, our application is requesting a state zoning for the property. But based on the Planning Commission's concerns at last week's meeting, we're withdrawing a request for the state zoning classification, and we're happy to stay with our current zoning of R2. In summary, our project fits the current county master plan, which is to maintain the rural character along Highway 133. We're seeking to balance the need for housing while maintaining the use of fertile agricultural land and open space. It's also important to note that a maximum of 6 homes are allowed by CDOT based on our access location off Highway 133. Since our sole access to the properties on Highway 133, our project will cause no additional traffic on Price Road. Our minor subdivision application has met all the criteria required for the town. We have followed all town guidelines and regulations for domestic water, sewer, fire protection, and access. We're asking the town trustees this evening to approve our minor subdivision with R2 zoning, contingent on 4 components that need to be completed. And those components were discussed by Stephanie. Generally, as well permit, completing engineered plans for domestic water system, which we're working on currently with a firm in Grand Junction. Developing the HOA guidelines, which will be very simple. Our guidelines are essentially an agreement for shared irrigation system use, maintenance, and improvements, and nothing more. And then the attorney's recommendation, providing legal deeded easements for driveway access to each lot. Thank you.
Okay. I will now open the public comment portion of the public hearing. Each speaker should come up, clearly state their full name and address. Who would like to speak on this subject?
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question? Is this 5 minutes or 3
It
minutes?
is 5 minutes.
Quasi-judicial is 5 minutes. And it's really important that if name and address is given.
Full name and
quasi-judicial.
address, yes. Who would like to speak on this? Yes, Schmidt.
Hi, I'm Richard Schmidt, 323 Onaria Avenue, Paonia.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this matter?
I do. I'm going to read most of this. I request a denial of this application for a minor subdivision. This is an inappropriate rush to schedule this meeting after only 4 business days after the planning and zoning presentation and a packet of 346 pages. I disagree with the assertion that this meets all town requirements. I am not satisfied that questions and concerns from the P&Z have been qualified and fully addressed, along with other potential concerns that rush timing of this meeting may have prevented. The town administrator determined it did not meet the criteria for administrative split of a minor subdivision. What were those criteria? Road access, water, sewer, zoning, all are unconventional requests which need further investigation. I ask that you deny this minor subdivision request. require a major subdivision review invoking Article 4, Section 17-4-10, enabling the town administrator to, at the applicant's expense, hire experts to analyze and review for the town. Look over the minor subdivision from 2012 on this property for compliance, noting Article 4, Section 17-4-40 regarding road and easements through lower property, and clarify what seems to be an overlap of ownership regarding Riverbank and West Elk Land and Hops. So this seems to me anything but normal. And there's a lot of information that needs to be addressed and dealt with. And I think the town is not really prepared to do that with professionalism as a separate planning and zoning professional can do. And it would, I think, help the town administrator to, he's still gonna have to review what's been presented. But I think that we should have the opportunity with a major subdivision, which doesn't necessarily change the project, it just changes the way we analyze the project to make sure it does comply with town. I mean, if you have a regular split in town, if you have a couple property, if you have a large property and you want to split it and you're on a street and the water and sewer is right there, it makes it really easy for the town administrator to oversee it. The fact that there's no road from Price Road and no easement from Price Road to that property, I'm repeating myself, but I'm concerned that that exists, that the prior minor subdivision didn't address that. So, thank you. And can I submit this or?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
It's not all on there what I said. Thank you.
Anyone else like to make a public comment? Yes, Mr. Bush.
My name is Bill Broder, I'm 608 Second Street in Paonia. I agree with what he said. I'm sorry.
Will you, do you swear to tell the truth in this matter?
To the best of my ability. I agree with what Mr. Smith said. I think that before you is a subdivision proposal that is completely contrary to the existing zoning on the parcel in question. And the applicant is willing to ride with this zoning or maybe change it later. But even if they were changing it later, if there's an annexation, I believe it's normal to consider the zoning after the property is annexed. But when a property is already in town, I think it would be highly odd and improper to consider a subdivision without considering its relationship to the existing zoning on the parcel, okay? And you would be upholding the institutional integrity of the town by denying this application. This proposal is an opening offer, and I mean this in all seriousness and with all respect, from a group of experienced developers with extremely sharp pencils. When such a proposal meets the criteria set forth in the zoning regulations, you don't really have any grounds to deny it. But that's not what's going on here, okay? This does not meet the requirements, or it would be an administrative approval. That makes this procedure a horse trade, okay? They've come to you with an offer for a subdivision, and I think you would be remiss to pretty much accept that first offer. They're basically asking for a variance that's going to give them a license to make money. What does the town get in return? What else might be included in a subdivision of this nature? Civic Planning 101 recommends that whenever possible, you avoid dead end on claims. Okay? Where's the publicly accessible open space? Where's the easement for the trail to loop back to the river park? Where's the set aside for low-income housing? Where's the most essential element for an integrated, vibrant, healthy community than the public street that connects us? This parcel is zoned R2. The intent of that zoning is single and multiple family residential dwellings at moderate density. 3 big houses with ADUs on 13 acres is not medium density. That would be more like 6 or 8 dwelling units per acre, not 6 dwelling units on 13 or 14 acres. The use does not fit the zoning. Isn't this an appropriate place for affordable housing? Isn't that one of the goals of this community? How could you improve a gated community after all the arm-wringing or hand-wringing, arm-waving and grant writing that you've done for affordable housing? A gated enclave of trophy homes inside of Highway 133 is not preserving the rural character of the community. It's an advertisement for gentrification, escalating prices, and opportunities for speculators. The applicant threatens that if you don't let them do what they want, they'll just de-annex and do it in the county. I don't think it's that easy. Number one, you have an agreement with the county that you have the right of refusal for proposals close to town, even if they're not in town. If you don't approve it, they won't approve it either. And that resolution allowing de-annexation, if you can't provide water, that's not binding on you. And the split that created these 2 parcels was probably done in a questionable manner. So basically, you have an obligation, a fiduciary duty to the town to get as much as you can from whatever proposals come before you that you have discretion over. Okay, and so I urge you to deny this proposal. They're not going to go bankrupt. It's not going to keep them from putting their kids through college. They're going to come back to you with another proposal. It's not your job to tell them what to put in that proposal. That's laid out in the regulations that are already there. But there are obviously things they can do to sweeten the pot. And you need to think seriously, does this fit with your vision for that part of the community for the existing zoning? Thank you.
All right. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Yes, Pat.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. Neighbor Arabella Beavers asked me, oh, I'm sorry.
You swear to tell the truth in this matter?
Absolutely, yes. Arabella Beavers would like me to read this letter tonight. She is the neighbor that butts up to the southwest portion of that subdivision. To the Town of Paonia trustees, mayor, administrator, and town clerk, I'm writing this to express my objection over the non-compliance of noticing concerning the public hearing of the Hops Farm subdivision. My property borders the southeast portion of the Hops Farm, and as such, I will be directly affected by any decisions made as a result of both these public hearings. For the town not to comply with the proper notification is in violation of the town code 17-6-260C, which references that all neighbors shall be properly notified in hearings such as these. I would have preferred to have been at the trustee meeting tonight to bring this to your attention in person, but unfortunately I have a prior out-of-town engagement. Thank you for upholding the laws of Paonia. Arabella Beavers, 414 Price Road. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Rob Miller, 224 Onarga.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this matter?
I do. I don't really have too much information about this besides I've been talking to David for a while about this. He's been working hard on it. I mainly wanted to address Bill's comment about sending kids to college. This is not about rich people getting rich. David literally needs to send kids to college, and he's got this land and he needs to split it. And I don't think the town should make it that hard on him. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Ian Carter, 798 Highway 133.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this matter?
I do. I just wanted to say that I agree with Richard's statement earlier that 4 days is just entirely too fast for this, especially for me, because I will be impacted by traffic on the highway, and that's where my mailbox is right there. So that's a whole nother issue that, in my opinion, has to be addressed. But I just wanted to say that, yeah, that with the amount of, I was out of town, I was out of the country last week. And so with the amount of papers that are in the packet, that's just a lot to take in a short amount of time, so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, it's fine.
Suzanne Watson.
Address, please.
Pardon?
Address.
I was talking.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, 905 Second Street, Paonia.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this matter?
Yes. So, I guess I'm just confused about what our planning and zoning processes are about as our town develops. You know, this was zoned in the past, this was planned in the past to be a subdivision to move the housing toward the highway where you'd have higher densities so people didn't have to drive through town to get to housing. But what I'm saying here is, why do you want a subdivision like this in town? I mean, when we live in town, we share zoning, we share the streets with each other, we share services, we share the water, we share the sewer. And we pay for those things collectively, and that's what makes this town strong, it makes it a better town. So to have a town that doesn't need to have a subdivision that doesn't use town water, doesn't use town sewer, doesn't use town trash, isn't accessed by town streets, what's the purpose? It really is not gonna make much money for you as far as taxes. And if you think you're gonna get rich off of building permits aren't meant to be money makers, they're meant to just support safety. These houses would have to obtain building permits even if they were in the county because of your agreement with the county. To me, this looks like a subdivision that would be perfect for the county. This doesn't look like a subdivision that belongs in a town. It doesn't look like it's an orderly, logical development and growth in this town. I mean, it's not connected to anything. You know, the property was split with a previous, you know, it was a bigger subdivision. Well, when that split property, which is in the process of being sold and planned right now, starts getting water and sewer to it, and maybe even streets, I mean, it just seems like there must be a more comprehensive way of looking at these developments and how they interrelate with each other, because it certainly would be within 400 feet. I actually would recommend that you let them de-annex from the town, because it doesn't look like subdivisions like this belong in town, and it doesn't look like this town is very committed to housing density at this point. I mean, housing. I mean, if we're willing to let go of our R2, if you look at page 89 of Shea and Andrews' housing report, it says that we get rid of things like estate residential. They're recommending that we look at density if that's what we want to grow. I'm not big on growth around here. I doubt that most people that live here are. But when you grow and you expand as a town, you're going to gobble up farmland. That's how it goes. And I mean, it's like, do we want that? I mean, we're saying on one side of our mouth that we do, and out of the other one, when it comes to reality, we don't. It's really schizophrenic. So anyway, I think it's really confusing, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, then I'm going to close the public portion of this hearing. Does the applicant wish to wait? Not yet. Does the applicant wish to offer further comment?
My name is Allison Elliott.
Pardon?
Can I time this?
No.
Your question? Allison Elliott, I 316 Oak Avenue in Paonia.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this matter?
I do. Thank you for listening to all the points of view here and considering this application. As you all are aware and have been told, this used to be part of a larger planned development. And I remind everyone that that planned development, the southern part of the property that is known as Riverbank is the one that is going to, it's closer to the water and sewer. And that's the one that you guys will all have a chance to look at, hopefully here someday soon. This is a different property. It's much further out. And this was phase 2 of the original property. And that phase 2 was going to be many years down the road to be considered any sort of dense development. And that, I believe, still is the case. That the Riverbank property is the one that would be a candidate for more dense development, and all the other issues that I've heard raised here this evening. This property is something that the way that it has been drawn out, I don't believe would prevent more dense town-oriented development in the future. But that's not what's happening now. We're requesting, as you've seen in our packet, a minor subdivision, a simple split, and we have jumped through all the hoops that are required of us. And we hope that this moves forward so that we can move on with our lives and make this property available to those people who might want to do small scale farming, just as we have presented it. I appreciate people's concern about the estate zoning, which we didn't really need. It was just sounded good because it is a farming property, very good irrigation rights, senior irrigation rights. And whoever purchases those potential lots that we're talking about can continue to do some small scale farming and even provide potential for worker housing, which is an issue in this county. So that's why we thought that it fit very well with the regulations that were available to us, and we designed it accordingly. I guess that's, unless you have questions for us.
Not at this point. Okay. Anything further from town staff?
Yes, Mayor, I do have some things to share. So the comprehensive plan was brought up, and I want to show you the comprehensive plan that we have to work on. So we can't use a comprehensive plan that hasn't been adopted yet. We have to use a comprehensive plan that has already been adopted. And unfortunately, that comprehensive plan is from 1996. And that being said, if we look at LUD 1, which is the land use and development goals or policies for the comprehensive plan, it says development maintains zoning classifications which provide for a right range of uses that clearly specify the allowable uses of property within boundaries. This property has been annexed into the town as part of that bigger Riverbank property. And that's this area right here in brown. And so this is already, and brown means residential 2. Here's what we're trying to avoid. This little yellow spot right here, that's R1, that is considered spot zoning, and it's a very bad planning practice. And so that's why we're not really considering a zoning change. going back to our comprehensive plan and looking at like LUD 2, it says encourage the town of Hotchkiss and Delta County to maintain the agricultural character and rural setting along State Highway 133 between Hotchkiss and Paonia. It's a really strange thing to put in a town's comprehensive plan to try to impose on other communities, but I think it gives an intent of what is expected along Highway 133, and it's this agricultural appearance. Again, this is the plan that we have to go off of. We can't contemplate a plan that's not done yet. If we wanted to say, hey, we're not going to consider any sort of subdivisions whatsoever, there's an appropriate mechanism that isn't in place that we could have put in place. It could have been a moratorium on any sort of lot splits, subdivisions, or annexations. That's until the comprehensive plan is updated and adopted. That hasn't happened. So because of that, what's before you today has to go through this quasi-judicial process to ensure property rights all throughout. And that's where I'm going to stop. The LUD, our comprehensive plan that we have to go off of is approaching, 30 years old? So.
I'm going to take a minute. Well, first I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing, and then I'm going to ask the board to extend the meeting.
It's 9:30. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting for till 10 o'clock.
We have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right. Now, before we turn to trustee questions and deliberations, I want to state that the documents included as part of the record for this public hearing include all the application materials submitted by the applicant, all the materials included in the trustee packet, all written referral and public comments received regarding the application, the notice of the hearings, the town subdivision and zoning ordinances. Does anyone have any objection to the inclusion of these items in the record? All right, seeing none. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, Nick.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that you were handed a document, I believe, and because I think the person who handed it to you asked for it to be submitted, I wasn't sure if that was asked to be admitted into the hearing record. If that is the intent, if you would like it admitted into the hearing record, then that's something that the chair needs to decide.
Yes, it should be admitted into the hearing record.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. All right. So we're going to move to questions from the trustees. Who would like to begin? So this is questions to the staff and the applicants from the trustees.
Okay, I have several questions. Should I ask them sequentially? Or I have several, I think everything I have is for the staff.
Okay.
So my first question is, why was this hearing scheduled so close to the public planning commission hearing? Was that a statutorily required timeframe?
I'm going to defer to either our town clerk or city attorney, our town attorney.
And I'm gonna defer to our town attorney because he's the one who wrote the notice.
Okay. Mr. Cotton Bias.
There's nothing that precludes the tonight's hearing from occurring in this close proximity to the planning commission hearing. And in fact, the code does requirements that the planning commission, when it's required to hear applications, do so within 30 days of submission, and then the board to hear the application within 30 days of the planning commission recommendation. The scheduling of the hearing was not within my control. However, it was perfectly lawful. So that's the legal opinion. From a policy standpoint, that's something that can be considered in the future.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can these 5-acre lots be subdivided in the future?
I can
Nick,
take.
do you want me to answer that or do you want to?
Well, up to you, Stefan. My response was just going to be yes.
As a major subdivision.
Yes, that is correct.
So there's been discussion of the fact that there is no access to Price Road from this property, and my question is, how would you create a road through other people's private property? They don't own the property. I mean, is that even reasonable and feasible?
So we couldn't place Nick, if I could, we couldn't place a condition on these owners to make an easement or something through a property they don't own. That would have to be in agreement between both property owners.
And is it customary for a town to tell a private homeowner what they can build and what they can't build?
No, so.
A property owner, I should say.
Yeah, we can't, again, while I said the intent is to sell them, we can't really contemplate that with the subdivision. We just have to look at it for its, whether or not it complies with the code to subdivide. And so they have hit every point that they need to. They've worked with appropriate bodies. They paid for a CDOT traffic study on Highway 133, including looking at fire access with the fire department. And there's a letter in your packets from our fire chief.
One more question and then one comment, and then I'll be done. In terms of the buildings that would be built on each of the 5 acres, how much control does the town have on the size of the buildings, type of buildings, especially if they do 2 separate dwelling units, since they are in R2?
Yeah, and so since they are in town limits, they've been annexed in, we have quite a bit of control over what, can be built during that building permit application time. Were they not annexed into town limits, we would have to rely on the county to do that building permit process.
Okay, thank you. And my comment is, and I want to put this out for the public record, I was very confused about why did this public notice include the E1 zoning? Because our code says if you are doing a minor subdivision, you must, the zoning requirements of the zoning district, the district in which the minor subdivision is going has to stand. There was never an opportunity for them to change this to E1. It has to stay R2 based on our code. And that was, I think it was a really bad publication, sorry, but it created a lot of confusion. This was not an issue of zoning. It has to stay as R2. And I believe the applicants understood that. And as I understand it, a state 1, it still can only have 2 buildings on it, not more. But what they're not going to get are horses, cows, donkeys, sheep, and goats. So that really is the distinction between the E1 and the R2. They could have had 2 houses in an E1 as well, just no livestock. So now we are getting 2 houses on 5 acres maximum, because it can't go above 2 houses, and continuing with a rural setting. So I just want to make that clear. And I just saw someone say 2. They are in R2. They cannot have more than 2 buildings. 2 dwelling units in R2. And that's how it's currently zoned and was at the time that the PUD, I believe when the PUD was approved. So anyway, that's the end of my comments and questions. And am I incorrect about that?
No, may I add to that? So part of their CDOT traffic study put a limit on the number of dwellings that can be within this entire subdivision. And that is 6 total.
All right. Who would like to go next? Trustee McGinnis.
Yeah, I have some questions for the applicant, if that's all right. We've mentioned the time when this was one large lot and then split up into 2. And at the time, the large lot was owned by Riverside LLC, and now this plot that we're talking about here is owned by what was the
Would one of the applicants come up here to answer the questions, please? Thank you.
West Elk Land and Hops.
Okay, and I think my initial question is are there any stakes in West Elk Land and Hobbs, or stakeholders in West Elk Land and Hobbs that were in the original LLC that held the whole plot?
Yes,
Okay.
the partners split it.
Okay. And then, let's see. I think my other question is about utilities. So when this plot was split initially, it was split under a minor subdivision, correct?
Or a lot split. I'm not sure that it is a minor subdivision. I don't know. I think it was just a lot split. A lot split, yeah.
Sounds like it was administratively split, if that's what they're.
Okay, so it was split using a minor subdivision?
Through, it sounds, if they're talking lot split, it sounds like it was an administrative split.
And typically part of a minor subdivision is bringing utilities to any building sites that are part of that subdivision. Is there a reason why utilities weren't brought?
Because it was
into this?
agricultural,
Okay,
yeah.
so it wasn't. And we're talking, you have a well that's dug currently. Now that's metering to make sure that you have enough water to, do you know what the time frame for that study is, as far as like when will we know, or do we already know that there's enough water there?
We do know it, we can get you gallons per minute, but it's producing quite well. And it was done at the lowest water part of the year, so it wasn't when the ditches are closed.
Okay, and so if there does end up being 6 single-family units, we have enough water for that. And for sewer, you're contemplating, or the plot would be contemplating septic.
Yes.
Now, is that one septic system per single dwelling unit, or is it?
They'll all have to be state-approved engineered septic. But yes, I would assume that it would be, well, certainly there would be minimum of 3.
Okay.
And I don't know beyond that. I'm not a septic engineer, but they would have to adhere to whatever is required.
So minimum of 3, maximum of 6. And then have you, reading through the documentation that was given us, have you consulted with power companies to see how power would be brought to these lots as well?
Power, yes, we have.
Okay.
And we've been working with TMEA. There's already 3-phase power on one lot that will be remaining with all the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll bring power to the other as needed.
Okay. And on your access permit, there's a mention of a sculpture center. Is that a neighboring property, or is that a part of this property as
You
well?
notice the little,
Yeah.
the little scoop there at the corner? That's because our driveway was determined, the original driveway was in a bad place, closer to that curve as the road starts curving. So we worked out with our neighbors who would share their driveway, which is why we purchased that little curve there.
Okay, so the sculpture center is on your neighboring property?
The sculpture center here, I'll walk over here if you don't mind.
Sorry.
We purchased this little section here, and the sculpture center goes straight in this way, and that doesn't show, but this is a shared driveway this way, and then this goes into our property.
And are the structures that are currently on the property in use? Are they being used for manufacture, or is that?
We're selling off all the equipment that we have, and the hops farm didn't happen last year, last 2 years.
And then in your presentation, there was no kind of narrative description about flood protection. Was that intentional, or I think the description was, we'll just defer to the town?
We asked the town manager, Leslie, about that.
Okay.
We just asked what we should do. She said it would just be done to town or county regulations and specs.
Okay. I think. Oh, do you know? Well, Yeah, I think maybe those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for reading it so finely.
Mayor, if I may, I do have a question for Nick.
Yeah.
Nick, can you give a legal opinion on, well, I know you don't want to give legal opinions in a public hearing, but can you weigh in on the question that was raised by trustee McGinnis about one of the owners having been part of the previous LLC, now part of this new LLC?
On whether this constitutes a minor subdivision requested by the same owner? Yeah, you're asking. Well, it sounds like one of the partners became part of this new LLC, but I think that's suggestive of the fact that the partner was an individual that was a member of the LLC, and that individual is now a member of this new LLC. Is that correct?
That's how it was presented tonight, yes.
If that's the case, it's still two separate LLCs that we're talking about, and two separate owners.
Thank you.
I think that's big.
Yeah, it was.
That's a big issue,
why.
because if he said otherwise, you could not do a minor subdivision. Because you can't do it with the same owner.
Understood.
And just to be clear, in response to Stefan's comment, I'm happy to give legal opinions during a public hearing, so long as so long as they have bearing on the decision. I hesitated to give the other opinion just because I didn't think that it bore on the decision, and I wanted to preserve the applicant's due process.
All right, who's next?
I'll go next. Okay, town administrator Wayne. I can't remember when you said you decided not to do an administrative split. Can you say that again for me? Because I don't think I fully understood that.
Yeah, so looking at how this is subdivided, these aren't easily like parallel to each other. They don't have an access on a street, right? They're requiring an access. And because of that, it doesn't even meet my first criteria for an administrative split. There's already conditions that need to be contemplated, so it would have to go to the public hearing process.
Got it. And by meaning your criteria, you mean code's criteria, correct?
Yeah, it says town administrators.
Okay.
Procedures.
Perfect. Okay, when I heard that this could be subdivided into a major subdivision in the future, well, originally I was thinking, well, should we just de-annex? But if that was to ever happen, by God, I want that decision in our court and not in the county's court about what a major subdivision could look like. So in my mind, I'm like, well, clearly I think it needs to stay within town. But a lot of our commenters had raised some things that I was like, do we have more leverage points? Or how does the town benefit other than us having somewhat control over what the future could be? Sorry, but that's what
I mean, the simple answer is property taxes. So, and I know, one of the comments was that it's a pittance, right? It's a small amount. Considering that you're looking at one parcel right now that has some improvements on it, but what we're talking about now are three parcels with three base tax rates and then potential improvements. And if one of these parcels goes to a major subdivision, there's the chance that we still meet the criteria for having, a more dense living closer to Highway 133 that may connect into whatever is being planned by the property owner to the south. Those things could also be contemplated, and then you'd have even more of a property tax base rate. So.
Perfect. And do we have any other leverage points in this? And I don't know. I'm just saying this out loud. It's a negotiation, but are there?
So, one of the considerations is that this being so close to town, let's say there were an emergency out here. Not a fire emergency because they're a separate taxing entity, but a police emergency. If they were de-annexed and out in the county, we would still be providing those services because of our mutual aid agreement. but we wouldn't be recovering any sort of cost for them, like we would through property taxes. So having them annexed, we can still provide those services, and at least we're gonna get something from it.
That's all for me.
Okay, who's next? Anyone? Yeah,
I've already asked questions, so
well, if there's no other questions from anyone on the board, you're welcome to.
the commentary, the discussion made me ask, think two things. In reading this, I don't recall if the town is now going to be responsible for the road to those 3 homes. And are we going to be responsible for, for snow removal? And will they have town trash pickup?
That's not what's being contemplated with, it's not that they're putting in a road, they're putting in an access easement. Would they deed that to the town as a street right of way? Number one, we wouldn't accept it until it's been built to our code anyway, in our building codes. But this is just an access easement. Those 3 owners, as part of that access easement, also have a shared maintenance agreement that needs to be contemplated as well, including snow removal.
And is that part of the HOA? That is one of the conditions?
Bingo, that would be one of the HOA guidelines.
Okay, thank you. So in essence, the town is not giving them anything. There's no sewer, there's no water, there's no street maintenance. Well, I don't know if we're requiring sidewalks. I don't know. I don't think that was contemplated in this 5-acre situation. But if they went to a major subdivision, then all those factors would come in: sidewalks, curb and gutter. What about stormwater runoff on these 3 parcels?
So that's one of the things that I added in the staff report as another condition to make it a 5th condition. And that would be some sort of drawing that shows a drainage plan. Drainage plan can be as simple as the squiggly lines showing which direction water is going to move. We just want to make sure that they're not going to flood out property owners south of them, or even this property owner to the east. And with all of the conditions, I want to offer a clarifying, if you choose to approve it with conditions, rather than at the sale of lots, it would be prior to the recording of the final plat.
Would constitute having met the condition.
Correct.
That they cannot get their plat until these conditions have been met.
Correct.
And the conditions being met are contingent on the administrator saying so.
Making this checklist off of the, any conditions that you impose, that each one of those conditions are met prior to finalizing the plat. Yes.
But you will be the arbiter of whether they've met the conditions.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Carl? Yes, trustee Peach.
Having been through this twice, first of all, from Highway 133, since that's the only access they'd have, this does keep traffic to a minimum, except that we have a major subdivision, so we would cross that bridge when we come to it. But I like the idea of it maintains the rural character of the outside. There are so many moving parts to this, but I'm trying to simplify it in my mind. It's a property split. They're going to form an HOA. That HOA will cover the things you're talking about with the trash removal, the roads, similar to what they have up in Hawkshaven, or what is done up in Hawkshaven. So it's not our roads until they want to come to us and have us accept it, and then we have to put it, it has to meet our standards. So I'm comfortable with the proposal.
Okay, well, that's part of discussion, not question. All right. So hearing none, I will now close this public hearing and turn the matter over to the Board of Trustees for consideration of the resolution listed on the agenda. All right. So now we get to discuss the application, and then at the end of the discussion, make a motion. So we've asked all our questions. You were headed off in that direction,
I was
Dave.
comfortable with the was, I'll say it again.
I have reservations about this being submitted to us as a minor subdivision for a number of reasons. I think a minor subdivision is something that was described to us as something that is minor, right? You have a large lot that is in the middle of an already developed area, and all you have to do is draw a line and call it good, right? And I think one of the reasons why we're even talking about this is because it doesn't meet the textbook definition of a minor subdivision. And so I honestly think that we should be considering this as a major subdivision instead of a minor. And I want to propose that for two reasons. And I think the first reason, and the biggest reason for me, is once these lots sell, they undergo another change of ownership, and each one of these lots can get subdivided again under a minor subdivision. Every time that these lots sell, if it has a change of ownership, it can be subdivided again under a minor subdivision. And by us contemplating this as a minor subdivision, we're actually setting a precedent for that being able to happen on these lots. And every one of them is R2. So currently, these lots could house 6. If they're sold and divided again, that's 12. If they're sold and divided again, you see how the decision we make now kind of sets a precedent for the future of this plot. That's I think one of my first points. And my second point is the original minor subdivision that happened in 2012, when this plot was broken up, wasn't actually done, I think, correctly to the standards of a minor subdivision, which is why these plots don't have any of our utilities close to them. And so these residents are having to contemplate wells and septic systems. And that's 3 to 6 septic systems in agricultural land. And so, I mean, once that goes in, you're changing the face of this land because of the history of these plots, right? And I just think that the pace at which we're going and the fact that we're looking at these under a minor subdivision law, it's not quite what we should be doing. Yeah, so that's my take on the situation.
Okay, yeah.
I was just wondering if we could ask Nick the question.
No, we can't.
Oh, we can't?
Yeah, the question part is done. We'd have to reopen the hearing to ask questions.
Well,
Mayor, if I may, it's still appropriate to ask questions of the attorney so long as they're,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
like, oh, so my question is that Morgan brought up the change of ownership to the new 5-acre parcels. Can that 5-acre parcel be then meet the definition in our code as a minor subdivision?
That is a good question. I think in accordance with the intent of the code, it's that really the minor subdivision with respect to this parcel as it exists now, prior to the subdivision that's being requested tonight, should only occur once, and that any future subdivision should be considered major. And, it could be the case, and I should say this because it certainly could be the case that the town's subdivision regulations are going to change prior to the time that the property is requested for an additional subdivision pertaining to this particular property, this larger parcel. So it may well be the case that there are future regulations in place that apply that are different than the existing regulations in the code. But I think just on a plain reading of the code right now, if they were to apply again for a subdivision, let's say they get this approved tonight, they apply in a month and the subdivision regulations are the same, it would have to be a major subdivision.
One thing, it's almost 10 o'clock.
I know, I was just looking.
So, and I wanted to ask a follow-up question to Nick. Do we want to?
Yeah, let's extend the meeting again.
Okay,
How do you
we
want to?
extend the meeting till 10:30.
All right, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes.
What Nick was just saying is that if these folks didn't sell, well, so if someone else buys the 5 acres, they have then negated the rule that we have that the same owner can't subdivide again. Correct? Because so Allison would no longer own one of those 5-acre parcels. She sells it to me. I am a new owner and I can come in and ask for a minor subdivision because it's a new owner. And maybe there's more to it than that. But
No, I'm sorry.
so anyway, so I'm wondering if Morgan has a point there because the ownership's gonna change from the 15 acres and I'm gonna buy the 5 acres, so I'm brand new on the scene. Seems to me I could come in and ask to do a minor subdivision on that 5 acres.
Is that correct, Nick?
So I think one caution that I'll throw out there is that we shouldn't be considering what happens in the future because that's not a criterion in the code with regard to this specific application. However, I think what you've identified is an area of the code among perhaps many of the subdivision regulations that needs revision because that's not a very workable standard and it's not necessarily going to pan out in the way that the board has intended it to. But with respect to this particular application, that's not something that's permissible to consider as part of your decision whether to approve or deny this.
Yes.
Well, and yeah, I guess my point with bringing it up was our decision sets a precedent with what can be done with this property, but I agree with Nick. I think we're hampered in our ability to kind of look into the future of what that uses might be. I'm concerned about the kind of movement of subdivision that's already happened with this plot. And the fact that an original stakeholder is still involved in this current subdivision. And I know that there is a legal definition of ownership, and because it's held by a separate LLC, that there's a case to be made that has changed hands, but it hasn't changed all hands. And I don't know, I feel like a lot of the quandaries that we're coming up against is because a kind of rushed subdivision has already happened with this property and it's given us a bunch of problems that we're, spending hours talking about now. And so personally, I think this needs to slow down and we need to do our due diligence with this one. But that's me.
Other comments? Okay. So if there's no other discussion by the Board of Trustees, I would entertain a motion, and it can be a motion to continue. Is that the correct one so that we don't have to repost?
Nick is.
Yes, Nick.
Because we're in operations now, if there were a motion to continue, there would need to be a renoticing of the. But that's okay. That certainly doesn't preclude a continuance. You would want to, in any motion to continue to a date certain. And that way, the public who's here tonight will know when that hearing is going to be coming up. And you also want to state the reasons why, and a justified reason for continuing a hearing, it would be if you don't have enough evidence on which to make a decision on based on an applicable criterion, such as, for example, whether this was an appropriate subdivision based on that ownership issue. If there's not enough evidence in the record on that, that would be an appropriate reason to continue the hearing. And I think that's all I had.
Thank you.
All right. Can I ask one more?
Sure.
So Nick, again, it's a legal question. If someone is a member of two separate LLCs, does that, our code only says to the same, I believe it only says to the same owner. and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm trying. So from a legal standpoint, is it the LLC that is the owner? And you then look beneath the veil of the LLC as to who's there? Because we really do have, if we were to continue this, I want to know that it's for a viable reason. Is there something legal we need to know that there was one person who was part of each LLC? And does that violate our code? And my other legal question is our code on subdivisions based on state statute?
Okay, yeah, I can answer both of those questions. So as to the first one, just so everyone's clear, the board is both the fact finder and the determiner of legal questions, and of course can ask the attorney for advice on the legal questions. But the board is ultimately the decider of how it wants to interpret its own code. It has to do things, interpret it in a consistent manner, and it has to, make that that interpretation cannot be an arbitrary one. So with that, I don't think it's necessarily clear in the code what that ownership means specifically, and whether there's a distinction here between the previous owner and the existing owner that satisfies the requirement of the code. I think that is an open legal question that the board will be tasked with deciding, and I don't envy that decision, because it's one that isn't exactly spelled out in the code. From a legal standpoint, typically in real estate, we're talking about an LLC owner, and it's a different LLC than existed or had ownership of this property before. So it is technically from that standpoint, when considering it from a real estate perspective, it is a different owner. However, when you're thinking about the intent of that provision, really, creation of a limited purpose LLC to own a property, is that really an attempt, maybe not a conscious one, but an attempt to circumvent that requirement of the code? And I think that is an open legal question. And so one for the board to decide. And unfortunately, I don't think there's necessarily one clear interpretation that's supported over the other. So, and then Trustee Smith, can you remind me of your second question?
I don't know.
State statute.
Oh, yes. It was a very clear question. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but does our code come directly from state statute?
It does not come directly from state statute, but it is adopted pursuant to state statute. So what state statute requires is that before a planning commission or a board of trustees reviews plats and approves plats, they are to adopt subdivision regulations, not inconsistent with state statutes. I think from the perspective of whether these are consistent with whether the town's subdivision regulations are consistent with state statutes, I would say that they are, from the standpoint of the criteria on which you need to base your decision. Procedurally, there are potentially some questions on whether it comports to state statute. A state statute does actually purport, for example, to require the planning commission to first approve any plat before it goes to the board of trustees. So that is one thing that the code might contain a conflict with the state statutes on. But in general, the criteria that you're tasked with making the decision on tonight are consistent with the state statute.
Yes, trustee Schwartz.
Okay, I have a question for you, Nick, that, is a motion to delay, is a reasonable, I can't even speak right now. If we're working on so many things right now with the code rewrite, with our master plan. Would it be a reasonable motion to delay this decision until we have more of these planning pieces in place?
I can't speak tonight either, so I totally get that. So no, and the reason for that is because the board is required to review and decide applications based on the regulations that are on the books at the time the application was received. And so you can't wait to new regulations or until the adoption of the revised comprehensive plan to make your decision. I mean, even if you were to wait, it would still be the regulations in the comprehensive plan that are currently in effect that would apply.
Yeah.
And I have maybe not a procedural question, but while we're kind of dotting our i's and crossing our t's, what is the regulation around septic and well water within town limits? Do we have any kind of guidelines around that? Or I haven't kind of dug that deep into our municipal code. Because it's atypical for what we have, right? And so.
Yeah, usually we have, property is required to become part of the town system, both with water and sewer. So I'm assuming
Within town
that we
limits.
have to comply with state standards. On both of those.
Asking me the question.
I see a code here that might help.
What's it?
13-5-380. I just did a word search and I came up with something, but I don't know. Can you find that fast?
380, yeah.
13-5-380.
So this is for application for connection service.
And that's where the 400 feet comes in?
Yeah, that's the compulsory wastewater sewer system connection. The owner of a town lot in which wastewater is generated must connect to a town sewer line if the lot is located within 400 feet of a town sewer line.
Yeah.
And that's not the case.
So there's no regulation around septic systems within town limits. Okay, I'm just making sure that we're not agreeing to something that contradicts what
It
our.
looks like it defers to the state of Colorado, which
Right, okay.
you are the ones that regulate septic.
Perfect.
Yeah, and water.
And then I think within the minor subdivision procedures 17-6-260, this is on page 149 of the packet, subsection 11. Just kind of the knot that we're trying to untie. Minor subdivision applications shall not be available more than one time on the same plot or adjacent plots under the same ownership. And I mean, I agree with Nick. There's applying the letter of law and then there's applying the spirit of the law. And I think, I mean, it specifically mentions plots that are adjacent as well. I don't.
So it's essentially all three plots that have to sell at the same time for a minor subdivision to be allowed. If it says under or adjacent to, so even if the property were to transfer to another, I mean, this is stuff you guys have to contemplate, right?
Yeah, but this is good.
Well,
So something
under the same ownership, but I mean.
or adjacent ownership, you know, same owner on adjacent.
Yeah, I fear applying ownership as loosely as changing an LLC. Because, I mean, with that definition, the same owners could simply open a new LLC and technically they're new owners and they can apply for another minor, right? Like there's I just fear the precedent that we're setting.
Hilton, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I have to think about the motion I want to make. Let me write it down.
Okay. Because we seem to be going round and round and round here, and I think we need
Does
to
everybody-
actually
Can I,
come to a decision.
can I read this out loud? Just
Yeah.
this in the code? It would help me. Minor subdivision applications shall not be available more than one time on the same lot or adjacent lots under the same ownership. And in this case, we have same lots, right? Because the one person on the LLC that was part of the original PUD is also an owner of these lots. Okay, I'm just trying to talk this through.
Nick? Mayor, if I may?
Yeah.
Nick, is it appropriate, could we do a condition that should any of these properties transfer ownership, that they have to go through a major subdivision? I don't know.
Good question.
I think, well, that binds, that would technically bind the board to requiring, let's see. So I think you could technically do that because it wouldn't necessarily bind a future board. It would bind the applicant, the owner, and the conditions would run with the land, so it would bind successors as well. So I think you could require that major subdivision process in the future. You know, because it is consistent, if the board adopts the interpretation, it would be consistent with what's on the books now. If the board agrees that that's in accordance with the intent of what's on the books now. However, I do worry about its enforceability just based on the fact that the applicant would probably just say, well, we should really be entitled to the process that's on the books when we apply for our subdivision then. So I do worry about the enforceability of a restriction like that. I think it's more incumbent upon the board if it is dissatisfied with the result of what's happening in this application to amend the code to require major subdivisions in this type of situation moving forward.
May I ask another question?
Okay.
So Nick, rather than have that be a condition made by the Board of Trustees, could this be a restrictive covenant within an HOA guideline? If the applicant agreed to that?
If the applicant were to agree to that, I think absolutely. It would be somewhat convoluting the private covenant with requirements of the town, however. So I think it's that while they could agree to that being something in the HOA, it would harken back to a code requirement of the town of Paonia or a subdivision requirement of the town of Paonia, which that it be a major subdivision, and that might not even be terminology used in the future. So I think there are some complexities there as well. I think that the best way to do this, given our discussion of the fact that, consideration of future subdivisions is not really at issue with this particular application, that, the board should save that issue for a more general discussion and of a code amendment, of an amendment to the town subdivision regulations to include or to exclude this type of scenario from a minor subdivision process and require that major subdivision process for it. And that certainly can be done. I don't think the applicant's going to be rushing to submit another application for a minor subdivision following this one, but I could be wrong.
You have a motion, Morgan.
Yeah, I move to deny the application for subdivision 2024-1.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen,
Nay.
Trustee Smith.
I'm gonna let, no, I'm kidding. Hang on. Aye.
Trustee Valentine,
Nay.
Trustee McKennis. Trustee Schwartz.
Nay.
Okay, that motion fails. Would someone like to make another motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the subdivision 2024-01, a minor subdivision of property commonly known as 841 Highway 133, Bama, Colorado, with the following conditions. I take a break here and ask about that plat versus the sale. Yes. I need the verbiage there.
So that would be prior to the recording of the final plat.
That the applicant grant appropriate access easements prior to the recording of the final plat. That the applicant obtain a general use well permit from the state prior to the recording of the final plat. That the applicant provide engineering plans for the domestic water system prior to the recording of the final plat. That the applicant establish an HOA and provide guidelines prior to the recording of the final plat. And finally, that the applicant provide an engineer's drainage plan prior to the recording of the final plat.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, let's have a roll call vote again, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen,
Aye.
Trustee Smith.
Aye.
Trustee Valentine,
Aye.
Trustee McKennis,
Nay.
Trustee Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. All right. All right, let us move on to agenda item number 9, consideration of approval of Redwater engineering contract for the hydrogeology study. So we approved the study, now we have a contract.
I do. So study has been on multiple agendas. At one point we this was RFQ 2023-04. Whitewater engineers were one of 3 finalists that we submitted additional questions to. They answered those questions along with the other 2 finalists. And from what came out of that, we thought that they had an excellent understanding of our existing system and a superior method of doing subsurface investigation. And because of that, they were selected as our engineering firm to complete the hydrogeological study. We have been working on a first draft with Whitewater engineers. That's in your packet. We did get some red line revisions back from Whitewater that Nick and I will work out with them based on liability and I think we can come to an easy agreement. And even though those red lines have come through, it doesn't affect the recommendation that's on here tonight. But I do want to point out, there was questions on deliverables that I fielded throughout the day. What are their deliverables? And so I wanted to make sure you saw the deliverables. They are on, they were part of their RFQ, and then they have a not to exceed price down at the bottom. And so that's what's on the screen tonight for you to consider as well. This would be part of Exhibit A. Their deliverables are exactly what we were looking for. And their total not to exceed cost is $197,974. And so that'll be populated into the agreement. What we're asking for is permission for both Nick and I to move forward with this agreement and to work out any of the fine details that are needed, as far as like, I think it's liability, Carrie is the most.
Okay, comments from the public?
Cleared up?
That'll be on the previous issue.
No, it's done. All right. All right, questions, comments from the board? Or if somebody wants to just go jump right in there and make a motion, go for it.
I move to approve the agreement with Whitewater Engineers and direct the town attorney and town administrator to finalize the agreement with the consultant bearing no changes to the deliverables or the not to exceed contract price of $197,974.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Okay, do we want anything from Mr. Knudsen on his public safety committee report?
I did have some recommendations for board action on that. I put those in bold. So regarding the public safety, I submitted a salary survey document to the police chief and the town administrator for their review when they were going through salaries. I think it's important that you are interested in that you ask the administrator for that document, because I think it gives you some guidance on where we sit versus other communities.
What was the document? Was it that huge one we already saw during?
I pursed the CML data for salary surveys for comparable towns of our size and of our budget size.
Didn't we already have that table? Because we had a huge table.
We had a giant table.
Right.
This was public safety only.
Well, I have to say that if you, as a trustee, have some information, all trustees need to have access to that.
I was providing it as part of the public safety committee for Rick and for our chief.
I have to say, I think that's inappropriate for you as a trustee to give staff something that we do not have access to. I think that's going
That wasn't the
outside.
intent.
I know, but I think you're going outside of your committee duties by you giving information to staff that we've not seen. Anyway.
Can I make a clarification? So, my fault, I typically, when I get things like that, I give it out to everyone. In this situation, what was received, I intended to use for next year's budget as part of a guiding document, but it's also for our own edification, for internal like salary increases based on merit for the police department, which would be budgeted or are budgeted in this fiscal year. Something that I can send to you so you all can review it. Typically, I send it out to everyone. So,
And I'm just coming from our our DOLA training, which was no trustee should have information other trustees don't. So that's why I'm bringing that up.
It's no information you didn't have.
It wasn't information I didn't have?
It was no information that you didn't have already. You had the CML survey.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. You made it sound like you got something else from CML.
No.
Okay,
It was
you
totally
extracted.
Yeah, I extracted
okay.
a bunch of work.
Okay.
That's all I did.
Okay, sorry, because that was not clear, because I said everybody's seen that huge one.
There were no recommendations on it, anything.
Okay, all right, thank you. I stand corrected, but.
There was a really good example of a officer de-escalating situation in town. I wrote this up because I was so impressed. Basically, a newer officer, and what our chief is doing is looking through to see if the proper releases can be gained, because I think it'd be helpful for the trustees to see this is an example of how community policing is supposed to work. And that's what Rick and I have both been working on really closely with the chief about how community policing has happened, to hear his work on training. So that was that one. As far as the parks go, I'm suggesting that we compose a thank you letter to the Pool Parks and Rec, because they worked hard on that skate park. And it's one of the most awesome things that's happened in town for a while. And I think they ought to be given credit for that, because if it wasn't for them, it wouldn't have happened. And then secondly, we don't have really an updated MOU. We have a skate park, we have pickleball, the pool parks and the rec district has a lot of things that are on town property. And I don't think it's properly like a management agreement or whatever. It doesn't have to be an MOU, but some way to clear it up so that it's just not mushy. So that's it.
Okay, all right. Any questions for Dave?
Yeah. Can I make a comment related to the parks? I just want to thank the town for the gravel in the parking lots. Oh, good. So that showed up over at the
River Park.
Yes, I heard about that too.
Excellent.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. We are free. The magic down.
5 minutes to spare.